strategy, and they found pay dirt. A lot of mystery still to come with what they're going to do schematically. A lot of answers have to be found defensively.
Kicking team out to try the extra points. And he sends the point after right through the uprights. And the Dolphins will jump out to a 7-0 lead. On now is Dixon to kick this one away. Kickoff taken at the 3. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Drive begins with a run by Johnson. And they're on him after about a 2-yard gain. Christian Gonzalez getting there for the tackle. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
Oh, he's going to run for it! And he pushes it up across the 30 before going out.
You know, once a play breaks down, you're just looking for a running lane, and then you're looking for that 1st down marker. He found one of the two, but the defense and that effort swarming after him, well, it denies the 1st down.
Here we go with Johnson. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Kate, I know you can see that smile on my face as we stand next to each other. Sure, I love that run. But I'm thinking about some great running backs. In fact, Corey Dillon, who created a lot of negative grades on my play sheet because I didn't want to carry out no fake. I wanted to watch the damage he could do like we just saw.
Mixed with it on 1st. Connection made with the rookie for Washington. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. That's a 38-yard play to move the stakes.
You have to talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. Hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
Roma Dunze, the intended receiver. And it's going to be 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And he got it real close, but stopped just about a yard or so short of that 1st down.
And it doesn't matter 1st down. You get guys like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
On 3rd down, here's Johnson. Broke through the tackle. It's a 6-yard gain that sets up 1st and goal.
Okay, this is why coaches across all levels of football harp on the importance of good, fundamental tackling, not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when one of their guys has a chance to bring down a running back, they're able to do it and keep those plays from going any further.
Throwing on 1st down, Nix. And he will score. It's a Houston touchdown. The Texans get it down to a single point. It's a Roma Dunze touchdown. It's plays like this that make him so well regarded across this league, Brock.
Yeah, such just a difference-making receiver, Kate. Yeah. You expect him to be the target down here. You did, I did, the defenders did. Makes him a star. Even when people know his name is being called, still finds a way to deliver.
The kick kicking team all ready for the Texans, and forward they run to send it away. And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. He pays the price for the interception. Man brings it into the return. Wanted to hit his tight end there, but the defender anticipated it, got a hand on it, and it is picked up.
Yeah, I think this defenses today have figured it out. There's a lot of good tight ends, and they can be mismatch makers, so you better have an awareness and coverage of where those tight ends are. This defense did. And boy, what a big play to take that ball away.
Has his man, it's a Dunze. It's 1st and 10. Nix from the gun. That's incomplete. Wanted to dial up the aggressiveness there like that, but couldn't connect. 2nd down. This, our last play of the quarter. Again on 2nd and 10. Nix. And it finds him in the end zone for the Houston touchdown. The Texans pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. All right, partner, what do you think? Was that a design read, or did he just see space and he was reacting more on the old quarterback instinct there?
Yes. I think yes on both of them, and that play happens so fast that it really is instincts on both sides.
Splits the uprights. So before they can set up for another play, we've hit the end of the 1st quarter. Neither side separating much so far. We'll make our return to NRG Stadium after this. The kicking team all ready for the Texans, and forward they run to send it away. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Back for the start of quarter number 2. It's Dolphin football as we begin. They have 1st and 10. Play action now with Allen. Fires right away, but incomplete. Just got a hand up on that to break it up. So 2nd down coming up. Going back, it's the handoff. And they crush him right near the marker. It looks close, but yeah, Brock, I think he safely got that 1st down before the hit. The shotgun, it's Allen. To the sideline, and he's got it. That goes for 36 yards. And that's going to give the Dolphins a 1st down. Now they'll hit the line just outside the red zone following that big play. On 1st down, they'll run. Oh, he gets clobbered behind the line.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few. He got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line, thanks to a great effort defensively.
That pass is complete to Kelsey. And he's short of the 1st after a mild gain. We've hit the 2-minute warning now at NRG. It's the Dolphins facing a 3rd and 6. Throwing here, Allen. Has it down close. And he'll be taken down at the last possible moment. He's at the 1. They'll try and punch it in. And he runs into a wall there. Multiple defenders ready to stop him cold at the line. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. He's at midfield. 30. It's the 10. And he's going to go.
From beautiful South Florida, there's a look at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Brandon Gaudin and Charles Davis on hand. Kickoff just moments away. Charles, quickly, keys to the game.
For me, it's coaching. Who prepared his team the best going into this one to give them the confidence to believe that they would win the game? That's who's going to come out of this one on top.
Set to go now on a beautiful sunny afternoon. And we are underway from Miami. And he's going to be stopped cold. Good coverage there by the kick team to bring that return to an abrupt halt. Rams' first play at second down.
Oh, there's plenty of traffic waiting for him up the middle. But give him credit, he tried barreling through anyway. They're fortunate to get a yard out of that one.
The last play got just a yard. Here's 2nd and 9 from the 26. Throwing now is Daniels. As it completes to Jackson Smith and Jigba. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. The Steelers picking up 15 yards there and a first down. They run with it. And only caught it up.
Wow, that ball gets knocked free, but a teammate comes along and scoops it up. It's almost like baseball. Guys at bat, people are on base in scoring position. One guy doesn't get him home. The next guy comes through and picks him up.
And avoids the turnover. This is Perry. And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30. Good yardage as he rumbles for 24 and a first. You were telling me this yesterday. This is exactly what they want to do on the opening drive, establish the ground game.
Yeah, remember our conversation? We were talking about what one of the GMs in the league has told me repeatedly. It's a big man's game, and it's not necessarily size. He's talking about playing some big boy football. Line up, get leverage, knock people back, and establish the run early.
And he's got it down to the 28.
They went right back to him, but he pretty much had nowhere to go on that play.
Well, the previous carry looked pretty good. That one, maybe he was a little tired. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
Here's Daniels. This one into the hands of Metcalf. 2 yards on the pickup there, and it brings up 3rd and 5 now.
And I think this is a route we'll see more of as this game goes on, because with his speed, they want to get him the ball in space on drag routes just like this. They want him to get the ball and run after the catch. Good job there, though, holding him for a short gain.
Under pressure, and down he goes. They sack him back at the 36. It's a loss of 10 on the sack, and it leads to 4th. Now, whistles come in. We're going to get a timeout here by the offense. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. And on their first drive, the offense staying out there. They're going to go for it on 4th. Daniels going to throw for it. And he is going to be out of bounds a mile away from that yellow line, and that will become a turnover on downs. Well, trying to be bold on the opening drive of the game, but that effort, it proves futile.
How many times have we talked with coaches where they've talked about taking the emotion out of their decision-making? I think that opening drive, if he didn't have it in his head to go for it before, I think that keyed into it. They were doing so well, and he decided to really establish something there. They didn't get it. Now they've got to make sure that they don't lose their focus.
A gain of 8 there on the play, and they'll be left with 2nd and a couple. First carry for the Hall of Famer, Emmitt Smith. And good vision there as he's across midfield and down to the 45-yard line. A Miami first down, that one going for a gain of 11. All right, Charles, quick Emmitt Smith story. You've heard of the Madden video game, right?
I have heard of the Madden video game, well, no doubt about it.
The legend goes that Coach Madden said players used to come up to him all the time and complain that their ratings were too low. The only person, though, that came up and said, hey, mine's too high, Emmitt Smith.
You're kidding.
How can you rate Emmitt Smith too high? That's the question.
Boy, talk about humble. That's taken modesty to a new level.
To throw, it's Allen. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down.
Excellent defensive effort to get to him and provide a little contact before the catch could be made cleanly.
Here's 2nd and 10. So the shotgun snap to Allen. Rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. And the Steelers will have the football as this is taken up past the 30. Well, when I looked down, he was kind of shaking his head right after he threw that pass. What did you see?
Well, from a defense's perspective, anytime you have your eyes back towards the quarterback, you're in a position to make a play on the ball, whether it's a big-time play by you or an overthrow by the quarterback. You have a much better opportunity.
The Steeler offense here about ready for their next drive.
They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they try to go for it on fourth down, didn't convert, probably left a bitter taste in their mouths.
I would say so, and I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't even want to get to a fourth down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves.
Here's 2nd and 3.
Perry. And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1. In on the tackle there, Ray Nitschke. And his heyday, it was before my day, it was before your day, but he was something else.
Look, I can still see that 6'6" on his jersey. And him rattling running backs and getting after quarterbacks. He used to wrap his forearms up, and he just hit the big flipper and come up and thump people in the chest. He was an absolute marvel playing in the linebacker position, especially right there in the middle. A Hall of Fame.
Yo, what's good, fam? Appreciate it.
To throw is Daniels. And it's incomplete.
The defender certainly didn't forget about him leaking out of the backfield. There was a guy ready and waiting to pick him up in coverage, and that throw had no shot.
2nd and 10. Working out of the gun, Daniels. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end.
Baby Cam 2 turn. Just Monero with the new follow. I appreciate it, fams. I'm going to follow y'all back. I ain't like them. God bless you and your loved ones. 100.
Crossed into Miami territory at the 41. Daniels looking to throw. It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. Look at the big fella go. And into the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. A great effort there. 41 yards. And the Steelers post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second.
Yeah, we're just trying out our team right quick, seeing where we at. Jump back in the Reds right quick. Get that top 100. I appreciate the followers, man. Again, I appreciate the follow, man. And you already know I'm going to follow you back.
It's one of the NFL's newest venues, but it's already earned a reputation as one of its best. This is US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. Here's Tyler Bass to get this one started. And off we go from Minneapolis. It's Brandon Powell with the return. And in the end, Brock, an exciting touchback as the return comes out to the 30. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Looking to throw right away. Passes coming to TJ Hawkinson. So has some space inside the 35. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. First down from the red zone. Escapes the pocket. He takes it himself. And not much doing. He stopped quickly. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. First carry here for Aaron Jones. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Offense up to the line fast. Takes the handoff, now to throw. He's got it. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. This drive has been excellent. A few shots now, it's starting with 6 as they come up on it. 1st and goal. Jones will not score. The defense holds and stops him short of that goal line. Working quickly here. Here's Darnold. Buys time, rolling up. A lot of guys there, and it's intercepted.
I peeped him, Chad. I peeped him. Let's go.
So on our opening drive, Brock, we've got a big defensive highlight already as the pick 6 starts off our scoring.
This is a defense who isn't hiding how they're approaching this game. They want to be disruptive. They're unafraid to be aggressive. Can be a risky mentality to have. Boy, can it set a tone early.
Tyler Bass on now for the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Bills will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. Powell now to return. They'll have decent field position to begin with here, Brock. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. They've got first down from the 31. Back to the air following the pick 6. From left side, brought in by Hawkinson. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Second down carry for Jones. And he'll be brought down a step or two shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. Now Darnold. He'll get this this to Jefferson. And he's brought down after pushing to that 35-yard line. And they can go ahead and stay in that huddle. We're at the end of the first quarter. 7-0 is our score. More from US Bank Stadium after the break. We're ready now for the second quarter to begin. Vikings in control of it. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Throwing all the way to the end zone here. That one was incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Took his shot at 6 that time. So it's 2nd down coming up.
Oh, that is going to haunt him. A drop touchdown in the end zone. We'll see how good his mental toughness is, if he can move past it quickly and make an impact for them later.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Here's Darnold to throw. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete. Jordan Addison, the intended target. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
Can't cover it much better than that really well-covered Kate on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Off the play fake, he'll throw. Flushed out of the pocket. Throwing deep for the end zone. Big gain downfield. And he takes it in for the Minnesota touchdown. The Vikings start to fight back with their first points of this game. It's a Justin Jefferson touchdown. Now it's Will Reichert on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Vikings tie this game 7-7. Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Ty Johnson now to return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Allen taken right to the air. Hits his tight end on the corner route. Touchdown, Buffalo! The Bills finish off their opening drive. Dalton Kincaid with a touchdown. So a touchdown on the board for them, Brock, as they start this game off a perfect 1-for-1 offensively.
Yeah, I'm going to call that scripting for success right there. Can't do it much better than that. And listen, when you script these first plays, you don't always know who the targets are going to be. It's really then relying upon what the defense is trying to take away. They couldn't take away that big old tight end.
That one right down the middle. And the Bills break that tie and now lead by 7. Kick this away. Powell now to return. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Darnold. Connects with his back. Aaron Jones. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. Offense in the hurry up here. Trying to throw here out of the gun. Has the connection to Jones. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a 1st down.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on 1st down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Throws a bullet down the left side. He's got it. Looks like their feet are in bounds, too. Oh, I don't believe it. Now they'll hit the line just outside the red zone following that big play. Darnold now to throw. Shot near the goal line. And they get there to touch him down, Brock. A big gain on that play. This offense in position now. It's first and goal. From the red zone now. And he takes it in for the Minnesota touchdown. The Vikings earn the chance to tie before halftime. It's a T.J. Hockenson touchdown. Splits the offense. Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Returning it from the 4. Big lick from the coverage team there. That's going to stop the return before it can get to the 30.
It's tied up right now, fam.
Started first and 10. Looking from the gun, it's Allen. Finds his man, it's Keon Coleman. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. Second and 3. Flush out now to his left. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find the throw.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, fam.
Look at how well the coverage held up on that play. Even as the QB escapes the pocket and buys extra time in secondary, they got real sticky, stay tight, and force the throw away.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. Play action now with Allen. Bails out of the pocket quick. Pass complete to Cook. And a massive hit at the end of that play. Oh, baby. But he hangs on through it. Still able to get that first down.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
Again, Allen to the air. He's got Khalil Shakir. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Bills moving quickly now. They're in the hurry up. First down throw for Allen. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he's out of bounds just inside the red zone. Offense set for a first and 10. Working inside the red zone. Finds a man right side. Pick up a few as he heads out of bounds.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, just find a way to give him the ball.
This throw is caught. And he'll get this inside the 10 to the 9. So Buffalo's going to call it second timeout. Third and a lone yard coming up. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. The Vikings call a timeout. It'll be their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. 4 downs now to get in. Here's first and goal. Cook can't bypass that line. They stop him at the 3. Minnesota spends its second timeout here. Second chance at 6 here. It's second and goal. It's Allen out of the pistol. Buying some time right. They check this one down. Complete to the fullback. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Timing on routes change when you leave the pocket. It really does become around the schoolyard. And you got to scramble around. What a great adjustment to still deliver a clean ball.
Third and goal for Allen. they've taken back the lead.
I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. That's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Return starts from the goal line. And this is seen as a touchback now, up to the 30 before going out. They've got 1st and 10, Brock, but time for maybe 2 plays at most if they even want to try anything. He'll throw it. He throws a bullet deep to the right side. It's another first down mistake. He's intercepted again. Rasul Douglas picks it off. And the Bills are stopped on that return. So that interception's going to be the final play of this opening half. We've reached the midway point of this contest. 2 quarters down and an exciting 2 to go.
And this is how he earned the nickname of Psycho Bob, because, you know, everyone thought that he was psycho. But even though he was in there doing all kinds of fighting, being in juvenile hall may have actually saved his life. And even if it didn't save his life,
Johnson now on the return.
it was locked away. His best friend Derek was out in the streets doing the wildest things possible.
Jumping off that porch for a grill.
It's now the year 2000. Derek Slade was left in the streets without his bestie. But just because he no longer had his partner in crime does not mean that his life of crime stopped at all. In fact, it only got worse. That's because he started hanging with an older homie in the hood. This would be a 17-year-old named Terry Moore.
And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. They have themselves another 1st and 10. Now the shotgun give to Cook. Gets it forward for a gain of 3. Brought to the ground by Cameron Bynum. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. It's Kincaid with a catch out left. They managed 22 on the rip and a 1st down.
That boy ain't got no wiggles.
Good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted him. They wanted him in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, then go to work after it.
On 1st down, Allen. Running out route complete. And they bring him down around the 34.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Allen on the play action. He's got a man left. And he's going to be touched down about 3 yards shy of the marker.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options, and there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusting tight end.
Connects with Cook. And this one does not go far.
Here we go. Here's one of those game situations that just puts a smile on my face, because I can think from Pop Warner to the NFL, everybody on the field thinking the same thing. Can we go for it? Can we get one more shot if you end up just short on that 3rd down?
He's got it. That's going to be 1st and more. One of their biggest plays of the game, and it comes on a 4th down gamble.
Just excellent effort on that catch, and a lightning quick transition from bringing the football in to getting vertical. He was not content for a second to end that play where he caught it. Any catch he makes, his intent is to put some serious yards on top of it.
And he gets in. Touchdown.
5 years probation.
Let's go.
Josh Allen, the touchdown. On a quarterback sneak to the end zone. Oh, a little movement along the line there. That's going to cost the defense 5 yards. All right, so with the penalty, a chance to go for 2 from the 1, or they could have liked to try a shorter kick. Even after the penalty, they'll just move it up and kick the PAT from the 10. It looks like the defense jumps just before the snap there. He thought he had the timing down and could make the play, but just a hair too early. Moved up considerably, and the penalty makes this little more than a chip shot. That kick a whole lot easier after that penalty, right? And he sends it through. Now to kick this away. Powell now to return. He stopped on the return at the 27. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Go play action here. Makes quickly left side. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Again on November.
It has been such a good day off.
It's the fall of 2015 and Soldier is finally home. And unlike Psycho, who had previously come home on some chill shit, Soldier, he was home tripping.
Like, man, what is Soldier on, bro? He's tweaking. He just got out and he's already trying to go back in. Like, what is he thinking? Bro, let's fall back. He's either gonna get one of us hurt or he's gonna get us in jail. We gotta let him do his own thing.
So everyone around Soldier thankfully made the smart decision to fall back and let him do his own crashing out. Tragically, Soldier decides to go on one of the deadliest streaks in Florida history for no reason at all. And it would all begin on November 3rd, 2015. It's 4:30 p.m. and Soldier borrows a family member's car, takes off the license plates, and begins roaming around. He drives all around Broward looking for house licks and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Then, as he's making his way through Dania, something catches his eye. You may be thinking that he sees a big mansion with the front door open, but that's not the case at all. Instead, he's deep in the trenches and has his eyes set on a project building on the corner of 51st Street. So at 5 p.m., he double parks his car across the street, hops out, and begins walking up to the project. He approaches the door, tries to unlock it, and oh my goodness, it's already unlocked. So he walks in looking for items, and boom, right there's a man sitting on the couch. The man who's spooked jumps up instantly, and sadly, this is when Soldier makes a tragic decision.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expensive upfront legal fees. It's called the 2025 Compensation Program.
Another innocent life gone at the hands of Derek Soldier Slade. Well, somehow Slade was able to run back to his car and get away from police without being noticed. Now, you'd think that after committing such a heinous act, you'd want to lay low and duck police, right? And forget any moral reasons, because he obviously didn't learn his lesson the first time. But how about ducking low from police? You just got out of juvenile hall and you're now an adult, so if they catch you for this, you're done. But no. Soldier didn't see it this way. In fact, in a twisted way, he saw it as an opportunity. Like, I failed the first lick, now I gotta go try again and succeed. So just the next day, in the same exact car, Soldier gets right back in the field. November 4th, 2015. It's a typical Friday night at Broward, and a man named Donald Johnston is at home with his friends and family. That's when somebody kicks down their door and runs inside. So of course, Donald and his friends jump up scared, and sadly, this is when Soldier makes a horrible, tragic decision. He begins unleashing on everyone in the room. After doing this, he quickly runs back to his car and drives away. Thankfully, 4 people would survive after being rushed to the hospital. However, Donald Johnston would lose his life. This was a major loss in Broward, as Donald's father was a Fort Lauderdale police officer and his mom was a Broward County sheriff. This was unbelievably tragic, and police were determined to get justice for the family. However, for the meantime, Soldier actually covered his tracks pretty well, at least well enough to continue being out and committing horrible crimes. Yes, even after this, Soldier would still not change his lifestyle. That fast forwards us exactly 3 weeks, November 25th, 2015.
It's the Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, and Derek Slade is not in a thankful mood. Instead, he has plans to do the opposite and to go take something, which actually personifies Thanksgiving more accurately. I shouldn't say that though. Well, this time he stays away from his previous targeted areas and heads up to Hollywood, Florida. In fact, he targets a specific person that he actually knows, somebody that's known for flexing on the gram. A man who I won't name, but after seeing him flex on Instagram, Slade gets an idea to go rob him, and he knows exactly where he lives. So at 9 p.m., he drives over to Hollywood by himself with 2 choppers. At 9:15, he arrives to the 2300 block of Mayo Street and walks up to the targeted house. With 1 chopper tucked on his waist and 1 around his shoulder, he kicks down the door and jumps in the house. After making it through the house, he realizes that nobody's home, so he opens up a bag and begins filling up items. However, he's not exactly finding what he was looking for. He really wants the expensive items that he saw on Instagram. So he then scuffles through the man's closet, and finally he finds the watches. These watches are obviously faker than a white Jamaican, but whatever. The bottom line is that he grabs the watches, but little does he know, this is when the man comes home. He sees that his front door is kicked down, so he instantly runs inside looking to see what's going on. That's when he runs into Soldier in his room. Sadly, Soldier makes a tragic decision. Now again, after committing such a heinous act, you'd think the Soldier would want to lay low and stay off the net. But nope, instead he posts a picture on Instagram of the watches that he just stole. At this point, he pretty much wants to go to jail for life, but thankfully Broward County would... Well, not thankfully, but thankfully for him, Broward County Police would not figure anything out, at least for the meantime. So sadly, Soldier was still on the streets living his wild old lifestyle. He committed 3 senseless murders in a month and still didn't even think to slow down. This guy's easily one of the worst people I've ever covered, but for the meantime, let's focus back on Psycho. Bye-bye Soldier and hello Psycho, cause the rest of the video will be focused on you. It's now the year 2016, and Psycho Bob is now 21 years old. And while his best friend has been crashing out bad, he's been in the hood hustling and hanging out with the homies. So not exactly the perfect path, but at least he's not being violent. However, within the next year, a war would start brewing in Broward, with multiple hoods beefing with multiple hoods.
Literally so much beef and so many bodies that I could make like 7 separate videos on this.
But to keep this story simple, I'm going to introduce what caused the beef, and then basically keep it centered on Psycho Bob, because he is a very important part. So now let's start with the beginning of the beef in Broward. Everything began in the small city of Hollywood, Florida, but more specifically a hood known as Zone 10. Zone 10 is a newer small hood headed by rappers like Wiz the Wizard, Wham Spin a Bin, and Z10 Blood. And these dudes, despite being from a smaller clique and having silly names, are actually absolute savages. Zero respect and absolutely no limits on what they'll do to a rival. Just pure evil coming out of Zone 10. And during this time, these dudes thought that they were the bullies of the area. I mean, they were getting money, taking people's girls, and like waiting for somebody to try them. Basically, they felt untouchable, like they were too hard for the streets of Broward. Unfortunately, this wouldn't go well. Their brash, dismissive attitude definitely pissed some people off, and sadly, it would result in a tragedy. October 17th, 2016. It's a regular Monday evening in Zone 10, and some youngins are outside. These would be 19-year-old Wajib Williams, also known as Jib, and 18-year-old DeAndre Greer, also known as Bankhead, and they're posted up on the block. Jib and Bankhead themselves are not necessarily hated, but Jib's older brother is Wiz the Wizard, possibly the most hated man in Broward. So unfortunately, because some people hate his brother, Jib himself is a target by association. Well, as he and Bankhead are posted up on the block, they have no clue that some angry rivals are spinning, looking to send a message. At 8 p.m., a man in a tinted Dodge Charger is spinning around looking for Wiz the Wizard himself. He circles around the hood multiple times, but he doesn't see anyone outside. But then as he turns onto the 700 block of 7th Avenue, he spots Jib and Bankhead posted up in front of their projects. He spots Jib and instantly recognizes him as Wiz's younger brother, so instantly he stops the car and the man hops out. Tragically, the man starts dumping on the duo.
Been in a car accident and feeling pretty good about your next couple of calls.
Working out of the shotgun. Here's Allen. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
Thankfully, Bankhead would survive after surgery, but either way, the loss of Jib was a major blow. Zone 10 saw this as a declaration of war, none more than Wiz the Wizard. You smoked my little brother because you don't like me? Nah, bro. Fuck everything.
Now Allen. as he throws there incomplete.
That was their first third down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they've got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key third down throws.
So still a scoreless game in the first, but they're going to go for this thing on their own side of the field on fourth down. They'll roll him out right. That's to his running back, complete. And he'll be out right at the 35. A curious decision to go for it, but it pays off with a first down. That was a pretty good job by the defense, I felt like. And they had to go to their check down, but still were able to get it done for the first.
Agreed. Anytime you can force them to come back to a receiver that's a little bit shorter in the route, you've done your job on defense, but still, they pick up the first down and get a fresh set.
Huge fourth down conversion. No score after one on EA Sports. Second quarter now in Buffalo. It's the Bills in control of the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10.
Lee and Lil Hatch, let me just tell you that these guys have no cap in their raps. Well, whether it's true or not, this is the hood that was rumored to be responsible for Jib and Bankhead. Basically, Liberia were the bullies of Broward for many, many years. Then came, Zone 10, thinking they're there. And that's why Liberia allegedly targeted them. So just like that, the big bullies go to war. Liberia versus Zone 10. But Liberia wasn't satisfied with just that. In fact, they wanted everyone to choose a side. You're either with us or you're with them. There's no straddling the fence. So this is when Psycho Bob and his hood come into the picture. Psycho's hood is known as the Nightmares, and many of their guys have a close relationship with Zone 10. So basically for Psycho and his hood, clicking up with Zone 10 was a no-brainer, despite Liberia. But Liberia wasn't satisfied with just that. In fact, they wanted everyone to choose a side. You're either with us or you're with them. There's no straddling the fence. So this is when Psycho Bob and his hood come into the picture. Psycho's hood
let him cook.
Many of their guys
let him cook.
Relationship with Zone 10. So basically for Psycho and his hood,
let him cook.
Zone 10 was a no-brainer, despite Liberia being just right below them. In fact, together Zone 10 and the Nightmares would form an
let him cook, chat. Let him cook.
Motion and more murder. This was a big deal. So now that you understand the sides, let's dive into the action. When the Nightmares decided to click up with Zone 10, Liberia was pissed. Given the fact that they're right next to each other, this was bad news for the Nightmares. So quickly, Psycho Bob would learn about Liberia's savage ways. July 18th, 2017. It's a Tuesday afternoon in Dania, and Psycho Bob is chilling at his neighborhood store with his friend named Brad. He's munching on pork rinds while knocking down a mountain. No, I'm just kidding.
Trying to put that hit stick on that boy.
But he's outside on the block when a tinted up car slowly rolls by. He's not paying attention, and this is when the car creeps up and rolls down their window. Out of nowhere, shots start flying, and Psycho and Brad start running. They disperse into the neighborhood, and thankfully both of them are untouched. But either way, this was a message sent and a message received. Liberia was trying to scare them. Little do they know, Psycho ain't scared of them. All this did is wake up two beasts as instantly Psycho and Brad strap up and get to go.
Gotta wrap up, you won't break the first one every time.
July 22nd, 2017. It's a Friday night in Broward. There's a major house party planned for later in the night. Now you'd think that after declaring war on Psycho and Brad, you'd want to lay low and stay out of the mix. But for whatever reason, the Liberia members who did this were not worried about them at all. Like, we're the big dogs, we do whatever we want. So not only do they go to the party,
but they also promote themselves
on social media.
Playing with my team, dog.
It's 2 in the morning and the house party is so jumping that it turns into a block party. Wigs, twerking, my kind of party. Yeah. Well, as soon as Psycho and Brad see this on social media, they instantly get ready. They grab 2 choppers, hop in Brad's car, and head out to the party in West Park. At 2:30, they arrive to the party as they park on 48th and begin walking. 2 dudes open-carrying choppers making their way to the house party, alarming everyone around. They're scaring the hoses as they're making their way through the street. Everyone's quietly scattering around. Then, when they make it to the front of the house, that's when they see their Liberia rivals. So instantly, Psycho and Brad start letting off. After emptying their clips, they make the smart decision to sprint back to their car and to drive away. Fuck that hit stick, man. Bitch ain't doing nothing.
Okay, but still, this was a major move in Broward. This confirmed the new war. We're not
damn, that hit stick ain't doing shit. Wrap up, man. That hit stick ain't doing nothing.
Anywhere, but thankfully this would have to pause.
I'm on that. I'm on that.
Brad and Psycho jumped out with no masks in front of hundreds
I'm on that.
of you. So in typical Florida fashion,
take them three, bro. Take them 3 points. Take them 3 points, bro. Better take them 3. Take them 3, dog.
Did you snitch on me? What are we even doing? Alright, bet. Just wait till I come home. It won't be pretty.
Damn.
Marty's home-style breakfast burritos with cheese, fluffy egg, crispy hash browns, breakfast sausage, bacon, and sliced ham in a warm...
Gotta wrap up with him.
What do you mean come home? He just shot somebody in front of like
30,000
people. But remember that Psycho doesn't have an adult criminal record, so the judge can definitely be lenient and give him a second chance. And this is exactly what happens as Psycho successfully convinces the judge that he'll come home.
I think I get ball half. I think I get ball half.
So as a result, he's gifted a 5-year sentence with parole after 3, truly getting off easy. So it's now late 2017.
Well, he'll be in good shape.
Sent to prison for 3 years.
You get ball halftime.
But actually, when he's in prison, he is given an opportunity to truly
you scared, boy?
How, you might be wondering? Well,
a judge sentenced South Florida rapper Kodak Black to 4 years in prison on federal weapons charges.
Broward's most famous rapper ever hits the prison yard at the same exact time as Psycho Bob. And because Kodak is ZMF and most of Psycho's hood is ZMF, they began running together in prison. This is when Kodak learns that Psycho's an upcoming rapper and that he's also a wicked stepper. Now let me just preface by saying that being a celebrity in prison is wrong. Like most celebrities will never hit the yard. They're sent straight to pieces.
Let's try to get 3. We'll try to get something. Let's try to get some points on the board. Fuck you barking at?
Given this, he needs some muscle behind it. And for all intents and purposes, Psycho Bob is a big part of the muscle. So during his prison stay, Psycho Bob has his back. As a result, he makes him a major promise. When you get out of prison, I'll sign you to my label and I'll jumpstart your career. Now this would be a major life-changing opportunity. We'll see if it happens. But in the meantime, we focus back on our original main character of the episode. This, of course, would be our beloved Soldier. And unfortunately, this is not good news. Or it is, depending on how you look at it. Well, finally, Soldier's wicked.
Looking for the pass. Looking for the pass. I know you. Looking for the pass, fam.
Off the street tonight behind bars after years of terrorizing These two
let's try to get 3. We want 7, but we'll take 3 though, fam. I'm looking for that run now. I know it. I'm on that, fam. I'm on your brain, fam. Oh, come on.
28-year-old Eric Hunter, a.k.a. E, and 27-year-old Derek Slade, a.k.a. D, arraigned today in federal court. Hunter is the alleged leader who planned, organized, and supervised
I picked the wrong play, man. Fuck.
Slade and a third person arraigned earlier this month
are alleged to carry out
the crimes. The indictment says that criminals,
I'll make it work, though. Hold that ball, boy. Damn, that's my last burner.
Engaged in drive-by shootings to engender fear, and while incarcerated, maintain contact with others to achieve the goals of the enterprise.
Call a timeout for me, fam. I thought I catch this ball inside the number, dog.
Childhood best friends are now reunited, again behind bars. Soldier gets a double life sentence, so he's gone forever. And if you can remember Psycho's other childhood best friend named Brad,
give me that.
Well, he was in the onset.
You ain't never seen that before, fam.
Probably would have gotten life, except that he passed away before he could be arrested.
I played a high level, chat.
Now the year is 2020, and Psycho Bob is finally released from prison. And as we know, Kodak promised to sign him to Sniper Gang and boost his rap career. But Kodak is still locked up. No telling on when he'll be released. So for now, the music career talks are not a reality for Psycho. But what is a reality is the fact that both of his best friends and partners in crime will never be back. Soldier gone to the system, and Brad no longer with us. And on top of no longer having his boys with him, the whole vicious hood wants to kill him. Life is not going so well for Psycho upon his release.
Oh, I see what bro trying to do. Bro trying to give him some points like me. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong, fam.
I simply do not care. Let's just bang it out.
I respect that.
And that takes us to September 19th, 2020. It's a late Saturday night in Liberia, and 19-year-old named Janavis Lewis is walking home.
Janavis happens to be Liberia's Sig's best friend,
5 seconds.
associated with some HMT
2
members.
seconds off.
Really, he has
When you
nothing
hike
to do
it,
with the
2
streets.
seconds gone when you throw it. Oh, he can't get that. No quick timeout.
With all the gang members.
This man right here.
It's 11:15 as Janavis is walking in front of the New Hope Baptist Church. Unfortunately, as he's walking down the
It's me.
street, a tinted up Nissan happens to be spinning.
Oh, good catch, boy.
For HMT members, the man in the car recognizes Janavis from pictures with
Damn, I think he
Liberia's
me.
Sig, so instantly he thinks he's a member. Sadly, the man lowers down his window and makes a tragic decision. This was a tragedy for all of Liberia, but none more than Liberia's Sig, as this was really his best childhood friend. He played football, stayed out of the beef, and really tried to make it out, so this one
Out of
really hit
bounds.
different.
Oh, yeah, penalty.
Liberia's Sig was pissed.
Appreciate it, fam.
Targeting civilians now? Nobodies? Okay, watch this. October 15th, 2020. It's your average Thursday afternoon in Dania Beach.
Let him cook. Let's just stand up for the run the ball, bro. Let him cook. Told you, let him cook.
He has nothing to do with it. However,
All
after a
lie.
month of searching for Psycho for revenge and not finding him, they result to hitting somebody closest to him. You took my best friend for no reason. Well, I'm gonna take somebody close to you for
I spent hours in the lab.
So after doing
Let's
some
go.
research, Liberia's Sig finds out where his mom lives and wants to make a statement. At 5 p.m., Sig arrives.
I was in the lab. Now we for the scramble. Come on, man. Don't call timeout, fam. I was on the road.
This is when Sig simply whips out and makes a terrible decision. Thankfully, she would be okay after surgery. But my goodness, would this elevate the beef to a whole new level.
Let 'em cook.
A level that I have truly never seen before in
Let
my
'em
4
cook.
years of making videos. Like now after this, absolutely nothing in the beef is off limits. Like if we're targeting moms, who else
I
would
fought with
be
Lamar
off limits?
Jackson, though, man. That's a Florida boy for
Sadly,
sure.
Liberia's Sig would set
That's
a
my guy.
horrible trend going forward in Broward.
If he keeps playing the way he is, his prices are going to skyrocket, and I really need to get him. So let's go check out Whatnot and see if we can find a Libby rookie card live right now.
Alright, well, you'll see. Now let's think about Psycho Bob. Like, can you even imagine? You're trying to kill my mom? What the fuck are we even doing? And on top of all the anger and disgust towards the rivals, you also kind of have to internalize how you
Let's go.
could have
It's the block right there. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, I got to go down right there. That boy fumbled.
Their side who had nothing to do with it. You can only assume that they wouldn't have done this to your mom. Not to say it excuses it.
Yeah, I'm playing with that money right there, man. I know I supposed to have went down, fam.
This would be the lowest point in Psycho Bob's life. Like, wow, they really did this to my mom. But crazy enough, his life would turn around for the better directly after this.
Gotta watch him.
Now we fast forward to January 20th, 2021, when Donald Trump makes a shocking decision in his last day in office.
And new this morning ahead of leaving the White House, President Trump has issued his final list of
Josh Allen, my guy too, man. Straight up. I fought with Josh Allen a long way.
The list include rappers Lil Wayne and Kodak Black.
Kodak makes his shocking return home. Now the big question is, does he come through with his promises to Psycho? And the answer is yes, and even more. Not only does he sign Psycho Bob to Sniper Gang, but he also signs his friends Wiz the Wizard and Wham Spin a Bid. Now most of us watching this are like, wow, this seems like a pretty cool
Still
thing
a lot
to
of
do.
football left. Still a lot of
Streets
football
Broward,
left.
This was not a good decision. Well, actually, it wasn't a bad decision. But what it did was involve Kodak in a war that he had nothing to do with. Unfortunately, the streets of Broward took this as Kodak choosing his side of the war. Like, oh, you're with them now? But in reality, it probably wasn't that. He probably was just genuinely helping rappers who helped him out when he was in prison. That was it. But unfortunately, the streets would not see it this way.
I'll be top 100 by the end of the day.
And what made it even worse was pure jealousy, because Psycho Bob, Wham, and Wiz, their careers would instantly go up. On top of this, Kodak would release a song called Nightmares as he's walking through Psycho Bob's hood with a mask on. So obviously, with Psycho's hood being known as the Nightmares, Liberia rivals saw this and were like, oh, you're naming songs after their hood and walking through their hood in the music video.
I'm playing with Lamar next game,
Sounds like you're
man.
taunting and you're definitely choosing a side. So all intentions aside, this is now how it was. Liberia versus Zone 10, the Nightmares, and Sniper Gang. So now with all the elevated careers and fame, let's focus back on the beef.
Throw me a pick.
After Liberia made the bold decision to target Psycho Bob,
Oski.
the entire MM collective were pissed enough to seek revenge in the worst way
I
possible.
already know that boy break the first tackle every fucking time, man. That's crazy. Derrick Henry, that guy though, ain't gonna hold him.
Deep in the street life, Misty herself has nothing to do with this. Instead, she's actually an entrepreneur who owns a laser removal and waxing company in Miami Gardens. But sadly, because of her son's shenanigans in the streets, well, you'll see. March 29th.
Lamar was a 6'5", man.
Misty Hopkins is opening her shop for the day. Her employees haven't arrived yet, so it's just her opening up her shop and getting everything together. Alone tidying up the shop while on FaceTime with her best friend. And as she's sweeping, a random man quietly walks in her store. This would be a man named James Hardwick, who you can actually see in Mr. Wizard's music video just weeks prior. Well, James walks right up to Misty as she looks up and gets started.
Hold him some more.
Oh, you scared?
Don't let him score quick.
What are you here for?
And without responding or making a sound, James Hardwick simply whips out and makes a tragic decision. Her friend on the phone hears the boom, and instantly she calls 911 for help.
Oh yeah, run that ball, keep that clock going.
Yeah. Sadly, it's far too late.
Here, a deadly shooting in Miami Gardens. At least one person killed here, and no word on
Watch
any
Lamar.
arrests. Let's get right out to Local 10 Syra on work.
She's live on the scene with an update. Syra.
So right now, I can tell you it's a woman who's the victim of this shooting that happened here at the Clearview Center in Miami Gardens. You can see there are a number of businesses within this complex. So right now, it's unclear if this woman was working or visiting. The woman collapses in grief in front of officers after a shooting around 12:30 at the Clearview Center in Miami Gardens.
This was the ultimate evil act, as Misty Hopkins was a good woman who had nothing to do with the streets. The community was absolutely devastated, but none more than her son, HMT Trey. To lose your innocent mom to the rivals, I can't even imagine the feeling. But also given that Liberia Sig had targeted Psycho Bob's mom, it's almost like HMT Trey should have known this could happen. It's like you guys targeted his mom, and now he goes and gets revenge. As horrible and unforgivable as it is, you guys did start
double pass.
And because of this logic, everyone believed that Psycho Bob had done this.
With the trickery, bro?
James Hardwick would eventually be arrested for this, but for the meantime, Psycho Bob was like enemy number one. He did this to HMT Trey's mom. So now the
how many times you practice that shit, fam?
And that takes us to April 26, 2021. It's a regular Monday afternoon in Fort Lauderdale, and Psycho Bob is rolling through in an underbucket space shuttle. As he's making it up State Road 7, a black BMW X6 and a beige minivan pull alongside both sides.
Start the hit stick, wrap
Fully
up.
tinted up, slapping music, so he's not paying attention to it as he approaches a red light. This is when the van pulls in front of him, and the BMW pulls behind him, completely
Oh yeah,
closing him in.
I peeped him. I told y'all, chat him like that, man.
Man hops out of the BMW.
Let's go, man. GG.
Psycho's car and completely airs it out. After emptying a clip, he hops back in his car, and both cars split away.
Made that boy quick. Go.
Psycho was hit up and completely stuck in his car. But thankfully, an ambulance arrives in 10 minutes, and Psycho Bob survives his injuries.
Is Quinn really going to make her suffer? Download Pocket FM.
I lied about using Lamar Jackson. I'm using my guy again, Josh Allen.
Find out.
Either way, this was the closest call yet, as Psycho really could have just died right there. Now you'd think that this scary incident would shake him up, like, let me calm down, let me get out of the way. Or you'd think that it would even humble you, like, wow, I'm not untouchable. But don't forget that this is Psycho Bob, so what do you think he does? After surgery, Psycho Bob goes right to Instagram. He posts on his story, don't send me nothing about get well when nothing happened to me. Of course he was lying, but I guess he was saying, like, ops, try harder next time. This is when the beef begins to go viral, and it actually helps out all of their careers. The beef actually introduces the world to HMT Trey, who's easily the best rapper in the entire beef. Like, if you pause this video and go check out his songs, I won't even be mad at you. Just remember to leave a like and subscribe, that's all I ask. But just like HMT Trey, Psycho Bob and Mr. Wizard's careers will go up as well, with millions of views and a ton of fans following the beef. Ugh, all those goofies sitting in their mom's basement, you know, what's gonna happen next? I can't relate. But the weirdo fans would be rewarded just 2 months later, as Psycho Bob was shot at again in Dania Beach. HMT were really not playing, as they were coming through and lighting it up at any given chance. In fact, within the next 3 months, HMT would allegedly commit several separate shootings. Thankfully, though, nobody would pass away in any of these incidents. But then, Let's get to it. First, let me explain that Wiz to Wizard is nothing like Psycho Bob, meaning that you're not going to catch him rolling down the interstate not paying attention or loafing in his hood. He's really kind of hard to get. He's super tactical, constantly going from city to city, breaded up. He's just that guy. So realistically, if the Ops ever want to catch him, they need somebody on his team to switch sides on him. And unfortunately, in every clique, there will always be snakes. Snakes that you won't see until they bite you, and it's far too late. Why I say this? Well, allegedly, Wiz to Wizard falls victim to a snake in his circle. As we know, the streets of Broward are completely split into two sides. That's except for one person, a close childhood friend of both HMT Trey and Wiz to Wizard. This would be a rapper named 26CJ. Why they allowed him to be on both sides of the beef? Well, A, he has a beef that has nothing to do with their beef, and B, because they're really both close childhood friends with him. So in a sense, they both kind of trust him to not set each other up, like he's gonna respect both of us in our own lanes. Well, keep all that in mind. That fast forwards us to September 16th, 2021. It's 7 a.m. in Zone 10, and a body is discovered in the middle of the street. Specifically, the body is located just steps from Wiz to Wizard's childhood home. A neighbor dials 911, and when police arrive, they identify the body as 24-year-old Wisdom Williams. The body is discovered with dozens of bullet wounds, yet police had not received any calls for shots fired within the last 48 hours. Something is not adding up, especially because there's a trail that goes right into an abandoned home. Because of this, police believe that he was alerted to the abandoned home, and this is where somebody set him up. Then it appears that he was dragged just steps from his childhood home, possibly to send a message. Somebody set him up, but who could have done this? Well, just the next day, 26CJ would post on Instagram a bunch of cash that's written out to be King Cobra. Now, what does this mean? Well, King Cobra could allude to the fact that he just snaked somebody out. But that aside, why are you smiling and flexing cash the day after your childhood best friend was found dead? It doesn't quite add up. Well, if you think that I'm just making something out of nothing, let's fast forward to later this same night. This is when CJ goes on live with HMT Trey, smiling and clowning around. Friends, if you're not already a believer in this theory, well, 2 years
Op, who just died. Did I say that right? You get what I'm trying to say.
Slimy. Watch who you call your friends. If you're not already a believer in this theory, well, 2 years later, HMT Trey would be arrested for the murder of Wiz to Wizard. So take this as a lesson learned. If you're in the streets, you truly cannot trust anyone. Even your close childhood friends will slime you out. Man, this beef is wicked. We got moms dead, friends setting up other childhood friends, cars getting boxed in and lit up. This shit is crazy. The waters are so deep that if you're in this beef, there's no stopping what's coming to you. But the craziest part for me to think about is that these dudes have to continue living their day-to-day lives amidst this crazy war. They've got bills, rap careers, families to take care of, or how about just living your own personal lives, handling all these responsibilities with the constant thought of, will I die today? That's insane. And that fast forwards us a week after the devastating loss of Wiz to Wizard, September 23rd, 2021. It's an average day in the life of Psycho Bob as he heads to the Aventura Mall to do some fancy shopping. Thanks to Kodak and Sniper Gang, Bob goes straight to Neiman Marcus to look for some designer. Well, little does he know his main op, HMT Trey, is at the mall as well. A recipe for disaster. They're now bound to cross paths, and literally anything could go down. And just like that, while Bob is in the shoe department, HMT Trey spots him and begins walking his way. Thankfully, both of them are smart enough to not do anything violent, but they do get into an argument. And this is when Psycho Bob gets extremely disrespectful. In fact, he disses his deceased mom right to his face by saying, "That's why your mama got put up." This is the ultimate disrespect, like straight up evil energy. All the targeting parents is like the worst thing ever. But sadly, this would just be the beginning of it.
Tired of accidentally giving you gift cards instead of real money? Test your office here to change that.
Want to lose 15 to 20% of your weight in a year? Try Rose Insurance Checker.
And now that introduces us to HMT Trey's childhood best friend. Let me introduce you to a young man named Jared McCabe, commonly known as EBK Hatch. Just like Trey, Hatch grew up rough in Liberia with his father in and out of prison and his mom doing whatever she could to provide. And given these tough circumstances and his surrounding environment, he decided to jump off the porch with his HMT homies. And from what the rumors say, as soon as he jumped off the porch, Hatch was really like that, like the first dude out the car. And if you don't believe me, believe the Broward County District Attorney, because they say that he's responsible for multiple murders. And given how active he was, a lot of people on the other side wanted him gone. And when they couldn't get to him, well, you know how this story goes. In late November of 2021, his father would be the target of a violent attack. Some unidentified suspects would track him down and pull up to his address. Sadly, this is where they would lay him down. This was yet another innocent parent targeted by their son's beef. Just truly tragic and heartbreaking. And the worst part about it is that Psycho Bob was the first person to clown it. In fact, he posts on his story, "I heard he was about 50 when he got hit up with them switches." Trolling someone's innocent, deceased father. I don't even know what to say. Doing this to any man will probably make him crash out. But when you're dealing with EBK Hatch, it's going to be a whole lot more than that. This was the mistake of all mistakes. Dissing HMT Trey's mom and then EBK Hatch's dad? Something vicious was about to come. It would all begin on December 15th, 2021, when HMT Trey would personally shoot up Psycho Bob's house. Absolutely lit it up, but thankfully everyone was okay, including Psycho. However, according to the feds, HMT Trey was not satisfied with attempts. He truly wanted a body, and allegedly just a month later, he would successfully catch one. The details are definitely slim, but allegedly on January 22nd, he would claim the life of one of Psycho Bob's close friends. This would sadly be a young man from Dania Beach by the name of Marquis Florence. Details on the case are definitely slim, but what we do know is that HMT Trey and Liberia Sig would slide again later that day. They would allegedly catch two more of Psycho Bob's friends named Rosiah Bordeaux and Derek Thomas. And again, sadly, they would bust all over them, but thankfully, both of them would end up surviving. At this point, Liberia is not playing. They're willing to risk it all for the sake of revenge. But despite catching a body in 2 attempts in the same day, Psycho Bob is not fazed at all. In fact, directly after this, he'd get on Instagram Live and instigate even more by saying that he slept with Liberia Sig's mom.
I don't care what it post. You can't talk with nigga you want. What? That's real. Now.
It'll be taken down rather swiftly.
Yes.
This is disrespectful, and the craziest part is that it gets even worse. Right after this, Psycho Bob would release a song called Stepdaddy, alluding to the fact that he slept with Liberia Sig's mom and how that now makes him his stepdaddy. He says her good, but her head immaculate. That's the op mama? Yeah, I smashed it. On top of this, he even disses EBK Hatch's dad in the song as well. Man, this dude does not care, even though he knows that the people he's dissing are really cringe. But for the meantime, after all this disrespect, Psycho Bob is able to lay low without consequences as he's running around with Sniper Gang. At this point, he truly feels like he's on top of the world. He's constantly dissing his ops, and then he gets to ride around with Kodak with a whole bunch of money.
Got him. Let's go.
Putting all this evil energy out into the world, sadly, it'll come back around on you. And that fast forwards us to September 13th, 2023. It's a regular Wednesday evening in Fort Lauderdale. Psycho Bob's mom is chilling in her driveway. Just chilling with her family with nothing to worry about, because Psycho had moved her to a neighborhood way deep in Fort Lauderdale, far away from the hood and Dania. But somehow, after 2 years of living there, the rivals were able to finally find her address. And when I say rivals, I specifically mean HMT Trey, Liberia Sig, Hot Rod, and Rico, the 4 HMT demons. Well, according to the feds, as soon as they obtain her address, they slide out together in a Dodge Charger. At 6 p.m., the 4 steppers make their way from Liberia to Fort Lauderdale with nothing but revenge on their minds. And at 6:08, they arrive to the address where they spot Psycho Bob's mom sitting in her car right out front. So tragically, this is when they hop out and completely unleash.
And now on to a deadly discovery after a woman was found dead inside a van in Fort Lauderdale. The back windows of the van appeared to be shot out. Local 10 News reporter Ian Margle is live with the latest on this investigation. Ian.
Things
Things in this Fort Lauderdale neighborhood really quiet now, but last night this was a very busy scene, and I've spoken with family members of the victim. They tell me they are absolutely heartbroken today. Let's take you back to that scene last night, right around 6 p.m. Fort Lauderdale police say they responded to the home on Northwest 30th Way and 21st Street, where we're standing right now. They found a woman shot in the front seat of a van right in the driveway here. The woman was pronounced dead on the scene. The detectives began their investigation, working the area for any evidence of what may have happened here or why this woman was targeted. Now, we have been able to confirm through family and neighbors, this woman was named Dorothy Smart. She went by Dee Dee. Neighbors say she was a lovely person, an absolutely great person to be around. We have also confirmed she is the mother of South Florida rapper Psycho Bob. We're trying to get more information about exactly what happened here. We have been able to confirm.
Psycho, I mean, damn, after already surviving one attempt, they slid on his mom again? But when you keep trolling other people's parents who were deceased, it's almost like, what do you expect to happen back to you? What do they say? It ain't.
Nice pitch and catch on first down. Second and a yard. Off the play fake, here's Allen. That one intercepted. Picked off by Corey Valentine. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
So the first part of any interception is just end up with the ball in your hands, right? That's what every defensive coordinator wants. But anytime you can get yards on the return, that's just an added bonus. And that's what we see here. There's a little space, does a great job securing the catch, and all of those yards just set up for better field position as their offense takes the field.
He's going to tuck it and go.
He tried about all the time he could, but when he saw that space, he quickly turned from thrower to runner, and he's able to pick up a nice gain on first down.
We'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. He'll run again.
Yeah, that's a nice job. He's out of the pocket. He knows he doesn't need all that much for a first down. He's able to tuck it, get out of bounds, and keep this drive alive.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Now Love. This one, up top for and he will be out of bounds. No time left on the clock. And that is the final action here in this first half. Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. I think we're going to play a big role in who wins this one. Pretty interesting first half. We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. Now an opening past the 30. And they'll be set up well as he is past the 35-yard line. Boy, some bulk in the formation on that right side here for 1st and 10. On the ground and hooked to start this drive. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5.
Like, this is weird. This is weird. This man is a rapist. Damn. Y'all laughing and joking, bro. This shit is sad. Whoever our family members is, who is these people, bro? Please help Andre, bro. When I get around, she's starving. Please, this is her. Please, 607, stop, bro. Let her go. Look, this is the girl 607 Marcus. That's the Anjanae. I got you, shorty.
Whoa. I don't know if he's serious or if he's playing.
One more thing for the defense to have to defend.
You know? I don't know if he's serious or if he's playing, but that's crazy. You can't be saying that out loud, though. And what's it called? Grady Chris Chandler got the lead, too. That's crazy. At the same time, they still going at it. I don't know. I'm trying to hear 607 outside, bro.
Yep.
You good?
I don't care how much y'all joke and laugh in the comments. Somebody gonna take it serious. They gonna take this shit. Whoever they do take it. I don't give a fuck what they say about me. I'm a superhero. Then anybody else, I don't give a fuck. Gonna do whatever with this nigga. That was the red zone. This shit hurts going on live, man. You gotta chill out sometimes. No, I'm gonna tell you.
You gotta talk about this. I'm my dog, though, man.
Yeah, he's at listen, I'm watching. You sick, bro. Why you do this to this woman, bro? Why 607?
Damn. Shit, let's keep watching though, bro. Cause this video, it gets crazier, man. Cause I had seen Grady think it was even in the back. It was even in the back, man. But right now we got HBG Court. He's the one that's talking right now, cause I guess he's the one that's most heated in the situation. So let's see what's going on, man.
Why you do this, bro? 607, why you do this?
He says 607, why you do this?
What's everything you can check on the phone?
Well, let's skip real quick, man. Let's skip real quick, man.
Messages. It ain't none of her messages, but these are the older messages. Look, this is one of y'all know I ain't go to the message. I want to know I'm asking the number. Texting out this 607. I'm calling this number right here. Hold up.
This what's going on.
Hold up. He's a rape. Look. I'm just gonna let him go. Like you hang right up in my face and treat me like shit.
Like you hang up in my face. Like you hang up right in my face and treat me like shit. When I always had you, and you do me the dirtiest, it's all good with me.
You only get a 1-yard buffer from the line of scrimmage for these old linemen. That time he strayed a little too far, and it draws the flag.
He going off on what's it called? On what's it called? 607 Uncle exposing them, man. That shit crazy. Another video, another exposed video is crazy. You know what I'm saying, Check? Me personally, every time I see videos like this, I'm like, damn, who was in the fault? Who did what wrong? You know?
Since you gon' care for me, but as I move on, I don't want to be there no more. They ain't gonna be here, I promise. I just want both to be happy, and then when they split, I'm glad for the experience, because it taught me something. She talking about the experience. What?
The experience what?
She's like, she trying to tell you, talking about I'm good. She talking about you already let that be known. I was just asking you to tell me that from the jump, so I won't be here under you for no reason. Like when she say no reason, she just be on the floor laying down. So is it best for me to go now? If we agree on that, I'll leave. I'm not hurting. This is 607 number now. She said, I'm not hurting. I'm just confused. Tell me you good on me. I respect it. He just saying this again because he insecure. He talking about, he said, just to give you a heads up, y'all can read. He said, just to give you a heads up. She gonna say, bro, I never seen no text nobody. She mad, she sent me a friend request, she still couldn't reach me. So you making them still tell me you good. That man ain't here for me. So what do y'all keep? Mine. That man, HBG when you fly anybody, talk to that man.
That man got all the receipts, they say. You know? But I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? I like to just hear both sides of the story before I start judging. But y'all should realize the word is dangerous, so I don't know. HBG Core, you my dog, but at the same time, you gotta hear the other man's side of the story too. You know?
Yeah, let's keep going. Because I don't want to keep trying to be with a man that believe anything sending that nigga. It's because the nigga sent me a friend request, so that mean I'm on LOL. I can't stop nobody trying to have nigga. I'm calling
HBG. Is that man gonna read the whole thing?
And
yeah. Oh, wait,
so I can fucking slap and
every fucking choice to me, bro, so it's cool. I'm calling so I can leave, answer. He not even answer so she can leave. Like, her phone not on. It say, this is her phone right here. It say, this is how it was at the moment. This is what she was typing out. She couldn't do, like, she still can't do nothing. Like, I straight ain't heard from this man a year and a half. That's crazy. You steady letting this hoe be cool, and you believe her whenever she ready to lie. Bitch can't even show a damn mess. You never have gave a fuck about me. You believe anything, so that's sad. I hate to talk to you, man. This situation was taking out you were doing that. Weird ass, you always talk behind my back, man.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie though, man. That man, what's it called? That man, HBG Court, he get to expose everything what happened, man. I think it's another video chat. It's another video chat. This shit gets crazy and crazy. You know what I'm saying? This shit gets crazy and crazy. Every time I think about it, man, people have to realize life is not a fair game. You know? There's some people who's good and some people who's like to get to. You know, you gotta be careful, man. I don't know 607 even did anything they say he's doing, but man. Let's go ahead and watch another one. This is part 2. Part 2. This is part 2. Good. He finna position the camera. He gotta, you know what I'm saying? Set it up, man. He gonna make that shit shake. What he gonna say?
No, if you don't know what you're looking at right now is 607 And yes, I said what and not who, because
607
Not the point.
Oh, what?
What about 607
Today's episode is going to be 607 exposed. He insists on running his mouth and being in the middle of something, so we going to put him in the middle of something. We'll discuss this case that he had not too long ago and the details surrounding it. You know, some say it's kind of strange, but I'm going to leave it up to the audience and let y'all tell what y'all think after y'all get the information. So let's go on here and dive in right now. 607 exposed. What you're looking at on your screen right now is a petition for a warrant for the prisoner under supervision. This is for 607 a.k.a. Lawrence Bolton, a.k.a. Larry Bolton. He recently went to the feds October 17, 2003 for a drug case, possession of body, 5 felon possession of a weapon, or drug trafficking crimes. Wow, out on the road during that time, I wish I could have worked with his seat, of course.
I ain't gonna lie, that man Court showed the whole video. I just wonder how that shit went. Chat, this shit crazy, bro. Me personally, people gotta understand. Whenever you do things, make sure you got a receipt to it, you know? But we gotta hear 607 on the side at the same time. Man, life is crazy. It's a dangerous drug, bro. Clout is a dangerous drug. You can't always hear one side of the story. Man, let's keep going, man. Let's see what else happened. You know what I'm saying?
Paperwork is sealed. Y'all not surprised by that. But anyway, on November 8th, 2016, the offender, Larry Bolden, Lawrence Bolden, 607 was arrested by the South Central Illinois Drug Task Force for possession of a controlled substance, a felony, and aggravated battery, a felony. According to the SCIDTF, on the aforementioned date, officers received information that the victim, Casey Frericks, was being held against his will and was the victim of threats against his person. Officers were able to secure a location on Frericks' phone. The Magazine Grand Hotel and Conference Center, located at 19067 West Frontage Road, Raymond, Illinois. Upon arrival, officers made contact with the city.
Hey, brother not playing, bro. Brother trying to expose every little detail of what's going on. You know? Me personally, every time I think about this whole situation, bro, tell me. I'm just thinking like, damn, where did this shit go wrong? Where did this shit go wrong? Who went left? Who did what?
Here's Allen.
You know?
The screen for Cook.
Daniel Benson, located at the hotel. They informed him of the reason for their presence, namely the concern for the safety of Frericks. Then was shown that all of the Frericks who confirmed that 2 black men in the area where Frericks' vehicle was located. Additionally, officers set up surveillance in the hotel lobby area. Shortly after surveillance began, the occupant of room 246 contacted the front desk and requested room service and stated he also wished to pay for another night stay for room 246 and 248. A short time after this call was made, a man, later identified as Bonus Bolden, reported to the lobby area with $210 cash to pay for the additional nights for the 2 rooms. Bolden was contacted by officers who identified themselves and escorted Bolden to the conference area for questioning. Bolden was questioned whether he knew Casey Frericks, to which Bolden did not provide an affirmative answer. Bolden then stated that he knew Frericks, but denied knowing of his location. Bolden was asked about the last time he saw Frericks, which he did not provide a specific answer. Officers questioned if Frericks was in Bolden's room, which he denied his presence in the room, and also denied officers access to the room to search for him. Bolden was
Was that it?
Second down at 6 now from the 42. They'll bring a receiver in motion left. And he'll get it here on the touch pass. It's a 5-yard gain, but they'll still be a yard short here with third down now looming. A nice play design there with the touch pass. Looked good at the start, but bottom line, the defense was ready.
And they did a nice job scouting, didn't they? Not just scouting, but now executing once they saw the play for real after having worked on it all week in practice. They drilled on the play, then they drilled him.
9th play coming up here on this drive. This is 3rd and a yard. To the air, Allen. Completing it to the right side, Johnson. So that'll be no better than an incompletion. And 4th down.
Excuse my snarkiness here, but isn't the idea of completing a pass supposed to mean you get downfield and gain yards?
Especially on 4th down.
Yeah, but how about the defense? Figured that one out in a big way. Yeah, they completed it all right and lost yardage.
This would have been a 54-yard boot had they tried a field goal, but they will not try a field goal. They're going for it. Second quarter, 2 minutes to go. Tie ball game. Sean McDermott didn't hesitate. They'll go for it on 4th. Allen will look to throw for it on 4th. Escaping the pressure right. The Bills' drive stalls out on 4th down. And this defense delivers a turnover on downs on the very first drive of the afternoon. And that could be a major momentum swing here early.
Because the defense stopped them. How great is that? They go for it on the first drive of the game. They're the ones trying to establish something, trying to assert a little dominance. And guess what? You turn it back on them and give the ball to your own offense. I agree with you. It can change momentum in a big way.
That's complete. It's Rashad Bateman. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. On the ground, this is Derrick Henry. He's got it to the 43 here. Here's 2nd and 7. Jackson. This will go to Henry out wide. And he's going to be out of bounds down around the 35-yard line. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down. Play action. Now Jackson. He's got Derrick Henry again. Back-to-back catches. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. Now the Bills are going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with exactly a minute to go before halftime.
Could we get a touchdown in this first half after all? It's 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Jackson. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Just lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. And Jackson throwing once more. And in for the Ravens touchdown. Lamar Jackson hooking up with Mark Andrews. And the Ravens post the first points of the ballgame as they take the lead here in this second quarter.
And that touchdown gives them a touchdown lead before they attempt the extra point. What a great way to end the half.
Yeah, great job to put themselves in front. And now, see on the sideline, special teams defense struggling, saying we need to preserve this for the final moments of the second quarter. Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. And with just under a minute to go, they might try to think about mounting a drive here if they can and get in the end zone to potentially tie this game up. And his throw is incomplete.
But there's an incompletion, partner, and the struggles through the air continue because so far their lack of passing production has led to a lack of points.
2nd and 10. Allen gonna throw. His throw incomplete.
Nice back-to-back plays defensively. They're stacking momentum now. 1 incompletion, 2 incompletion. They're going for more.
Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back.
Yo, what's good, fam?
Allen now looks to throw. And that will be incomplete as well.
2 drives will tell the story of this game, but you absolutely have to like how this defense has played thus far. They have yet to allow this offense to get on track in this one.
The 3 straight incompletions, they don't care. That hasn't dissuaded them. They're going to go for it on 4th. They're going to try and throw. And he's brought down. Can't do anything with a football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. Boy, a real head-scratcher there. And that will force a turnover on downs.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hit that top 100 right quick.
Now it's Jackson. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
I think we can all understand what they're thinking right now. They take over the ball in field goal range after the turnover, so they've got that in their hip pocket. But they've got to go for the end zone and turn this into bigger points. Their thinking is a touchdown is really what they should get from starting here. Getting 3 points at the end of this drive, that would feel disappointing.
And that'll be off the mark, too far out in front, and it's incomplete.
Well, they approached this drive with a lot of confidence after their last one ended up as a touchdown. But incompletions on their first 2 throws, has them huddling up and trying to figure out a big play here on third down to get the momentum going again.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. Now the Ravens going to use one of their timeouts as they'll stop the clock with 24 seconds to go in this first half.
And remember, this drive started off following the turnover, and they've taken no time working their way down the short field. A nice connection there, and now they're looking at a 1st and goal.
Sliding out of the pocket. And he just throws this one away. Smart decision here this close to the end zone, and it brings up 2nd down.
And down here, 1st and goal, if it's not there, don't force it. You've got at least 2, if not 3 more shots at it. So that's a wise move to get rid of it.
Toward the pylon, caught. Touchdown. Mark Andrews as the first half is winding down. And the Ravens will extend their lead here just before halftime.
Yeah, fam, but when I do laugh, I laugh for like a little donation to $1.
Tucker with the extra point. It's now 14-0. So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
And that's incomplete.
Yeah, man, with your little bad internet, fam.
To go before halftime.
If you can kick Woody out the hood, you got to kick the...
We can try another one after this, you know. Just off the muscle. We'll run one.
And now we'll get a late timeout as it comes in the waning moments of quarter number 2. So after the sack, Allen and the Bills with work to do on 3rd and long.
After this one, we get a little wet game in.
He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. So we've hit intermission. It's halftime. This is the NFL, and it's a presentation of EA Sports. Welcome back. Charles and I settled into the booth ready for quarter number 3. A 2-touchdown game, 14-0 to score as we get rolling again here in this second half. And able to get this out to the 25. The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. And right now they're saying, hey, let's keep this going. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, can't ask for a better start than that, can you? I mean,
100 fam for sure.
But right now, the play calling, they're locked in really well.
They'll roll him out right. Pass on the crossing route is complete. This is Andrews. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. The catch and run pays off for 29 yards.
And now we get into the psychology of the whole thing because a lot of teams with a 2-score lead in the 3rd quarter, they almost become defensive with their offense, just playing not to lose. I think with this team, you got to figure at this point, this is a great spot for them to go into attack mode, really try and put the hammer down and finish this one off.
So 1st and 10 now in Buffalo territory at the 46. Blitz coming and down he goes. That's Matt Milano firing in from his linebacker position.
Pressure can come from all over when you're plotting a defensive strategy. On that particular play, it just came from the outside.
Work to be done here on 2nd and 16 after the sack. Here's Jackson to throw. And his throw here's incomplete. And Charles, got to like what this defense has been able to do these last couple of plays.
Yeah, they get the sack on 1st down, then they force the incomplete pass. Now they're just a play away from getting the football right back, but it's a big play. They've got to hold up.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on third down. They go play action now. Jackson. And this is going to be hauled in by the tight end.
It's cold out there, fam. I'm a hell of a catcher, dog.
To get the third down conversion.
But give them credit for a good read right there because they read the man coverage on the right side and sent the tight end a few steps down the field and then angled him to the left on a crossing route. He was able to get enough separation on this play to turn it into a nice gain. And when you're playing a quarterback with some experience and some moxie, you enter the danger zone when you decide to blitz him because if he's able to diagnose as he did on that play, he can hurt you downfield.
He reads defenses so well, doesn't he?
He really does, and the best part about that play for him, I don't think that was his primary target.
I don't think so either.
I think he had the read, figured out where the blitz was coming from, and went to a secondary target for a really nice game.
And he will have a first down at about the 21-yard line. 3 yards there, good enough to keep the drive moving. Under a minute to go in this third quarter as they come up 1st and 10. Now Jackson. On target to his man, Likely. And he is into the end zone.
Let's go.
21 yards away. And the Ravens take the opening kickoff of the third quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead. So they get their tight end away from the line to the outside, and he works his way in for 6.
Tight ends are not just blockers anymore. I don't know how many more times we need examples, but here's a great one.
Yeah, me and my fam, Doc Gaming, could get one in after this, man.
Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. And their halftime hole now even deeper. They need a big drive here just to answer the first touchdown of the second half scored against them.
They were down at the half. Now, as you mentioned, they're down a little bit bigger, but no time for discouragement. Just got to get back to it, right? Put your shoulder against the boulder.
Oh, good catch, bro. Good catch, man.
You wanted to start the half.
Josh Allen, my guy too, man. I run with them too, though.
To be the final play of this third quarter. 3 quarters in the books. You are watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Baltimore. A lot of happy faces in the crowd at this point as their guys have a big lead here to start quarter number 4. From the 46, here's the 2nd down and 9. Working out of the shotgun. Here's Allen. And he drops it incomplete. And their struggles continue here. This one winding toward a conclusion.
Clamps, I'll be D'ing up out there, fam.
Well, we just saw them take another shot downfield that was incomplete, correct?
Correct.
So my assessment is that if anyone's played really well,
I'll be D'ing up out there, fam. Let's go. You see.
Here as this is returned just shy of midfield. This spot in the fourth quarter with that deficit had to throw the football. Unfortunately, there's the risk of big turnover.
And you know you're going to be throwing against nickel, dime, all sorts of exotic defenses, but you have to do it anyway. Ordinarily, you might want to run the football a little bit, try and get them out of it. But as you noted, this time of the game, this point on the clock, had to throw it.
And this is going to be caught.
Cap, I called that, fam.
So it's incomplete. Their passing attack, even though that one was incomplete, has been really sharp in this one. It's resulted in a lot of touchdowns, and it looks like they're not going to stop throwing the football until the very end of this one.
Well, that will certainly make everyone involved on offense pretty happy because that gives them all a chance to pad their stats a bit, but as far as the actual need, you and I both know they can just run this clock out because this one, it was over a long time ago.
Well, fourth quarter with a 3-score lead here, Charles, but they're still going back to the air and looking for more points.
Well, with this game well in hand, it's an opportunity for the guys to come off the bench and get a chance to play. And a lot of coaches, they want to run their full playbook no matter who's on the field.
Oh, a first mistake for him in the ball game as it's intercepted. And the Bills are going to have it here as they'll start at their own 24-yard line. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. I hate to say it, but at this point, I don't really know that they're playing to win with this deficit in the fourth quarter. They're just trying to erase that zero on the scoreboard, Charles, and get some type of momentum to carry into the film section tomorrow.
If you get any type of points on the board, it'll count as a moral victory, although no one will talk about that in the post-game press conference. That's not something you mentioned in the NFL. And this loss, it already stings and will for a while, but everyone on that offense knows it'll sting a lot worse if they don't put some points up.
He's got a man, complete. And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45. A gain of 32 that time.
To get back in this ball game, big plays are going to be necessary. And here's one right on cue. Coming up with 3 scores here in the fourth is not going to be an easy task, but that's good work there to bite off a chunk of yards.
Cook makes the catch on the out route. And he'll go out of bounds after taking it a little further down inside the 40. Ball on the 36 now. Here's second down and 2. Again, they'll throw with Allen. Has his man, it's Shakir. And he's going to be taken down with the first down at the Ravens' 23. Now Allen. Oh, he dropped it. And that's pretty indicative of the way this one's gone. Well, the trials and tribulations of being a quarterback in this league, it's tough. It's got to be wearing on him out there.
Well, he has been sacked a number of times. He had an interception, so I'm going to give him a skosh of credit for hanging in there and trying to make something happen, despite the amount of pressure he's been under this entire game.
Now a second and 10. Throwing now is Allen. Throwing the out route incomplete. That's Cook. And he's out of bounds. Almost gets to the 10. The Bills passing game, getting them down the field. They've got another first down. Clock management definitely critical here if they want to get back in this game.
Absolutely agreed. They have to up the tempo in this case, down a couple of scores. Want to make sure they have a chance to win this ball.
Shout out to QCP for the VIP access tissue for me and the king.
Motion man is Shakir.
Yeah, I'm feeling like how they rap. Yeah, I'm feeling like nigga look like I'm feeling like and you know every interview I always go back to that because I mean you started off with the bands. You said you never buy a pair of shoes over $100. And that nigga I be adamant about that. Now your shoes are $1,000 plus.
Now they run the sweep as Allen just pops this forward. A great read by the secondary. They come up to stop that touch pass before
you know,
Larry
Hoover
get
tried
back
to
to the
teach me
line.
back in the 90s.
Now on third and long, they'll look to throw.
And I ain't took no penitentiary chance.
And the Bills are going to
So you saw me when I was in my 20s. I always tried to do it. So I had the truck with the Davis. I didn't share the offense.
As they get a chance to talk it over after picking up the first down.
Architect firm in downtown Fort Worth. Worked for Eli Lilly in my early 20s. Briefly at a pharmaceutical. Always been, get a good job, save my money, go get a pound of weed, sell a pound of weed, buy nightclothes, but sell weed on the job and out the work. So I never was with this. Now I always want to be free. It's just that there's a generation of people,
Now the Bills will use the second of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 55 seconds remaining in the football game. So now it's third and goal. This Raven defense trying to keep him out of the end zone. That's caught. Kincaid for the Bills touchdown. A great play there. with an amazing diving catch. And the Bills are finally into the end zone here in this fourth quarter.
I'm not sure win-win is the proper term here, but it certainly felt like it. They got the touchdown they needed, but if I'm on the defensive side of the ball, okay, you got the touchdown, but it sure took you a long time.
Yeah, because offensively, though, you're probably hoping for a 1 to 5 play drive. That one ate up a little more time than they were hoping.
You're exactly right, and if you have that 1 to 5 play drive, you actually build up momentum and even more hope. When they had to slog their way downfield, they got the touchdown, but it's almost like, you know,
doesn't feel right.
Exactly.
So 2 scores down, time definitely not an ally, but here comes the onside kick. And this is going to be recovered by the hands team. And that should just about put a capper on this one. They knew they needed a miracle. They had to have that onside kick. They didn't get it.
Well, as we knew, even before they put the toe to the leather on that one, their chances of getting that done, slim and none. And I do believe we saw Slim just leave the door, didn't we?
We did indeed. I think we're down to none. The Bills are going to go ahead and use their final timeout as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the game. They'll give Henry another shot. And now they're going to get him down right at the line of scrimmage. It'll go as no gain on the play, and now they're looking at a 3rd and goal. A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play, 3rd and goal. Here's Henry, and not even back to the line of scrimmage this time as they're on him quickly once more. So the final seconds tick away in this Baltimore victory. And I think the game balls need to be distributed on the defensive side of the football, and I bet that you would agree.
Yeah, if you hold the team under 10 points, that's a job well done. Really well done. So I would say game balls for every starter and every key player who participated in this game.
Now, see, I only like one game ball.
Dot gaming, you ready, fam?
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to historic Baltimore, Maryland, and M&T Bank Stadium.
All right, fam.
Justin Tucker set to boom this one away. And off we go from M&T Bank Stadium. Taken at the goal line. Fighting his way through contact. And the kick team down there quickly. They don't have to run as far. And they're able to stop him before he can even make it to the 15. Mahomes not wasting time. He'll throw. Open man downfield is Hardman. He's got it. And he's got it past the 30 before he's hit and dropped. From the 32 now. Here's 1st and 10. Now here's Mahomes. Eluding the pressure right. That's complete. It's Travis Kelce. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. On 1st and 10, here's Pacheco. And some solid footwork there as he'll take this down to about the 38. 15 yards last play and 15 yards here this go-around.
How best to describe that one? I'd say right down Broadway on that run.
A straight-ahead running. I think that might be something we see a lot of between the tackles today.
Well, he's enjoying things so far here this afternoon. Sees a crease and bursts through it for a solid gain.
To throw, it's Mahomes. Pitch and catch here to Travis Kelce. And he's taken down inside the 30. Mahomes going to change things up. Pacheco gets it up the gut. And he'll get this one down to about the 27. Brought down on the play by Trenton Simpson.
That felt like a trap because it looked to me like the opposing front was on that play from the get-go. They had everyone crashing the ball carrier before he even made the line, and they hold him to just a yard.
Mahomes now to throw. He'll check this one down to Pacheco. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. The Chiefs have got the passing game rolling a bit, and another 1st down. They'll run out of the gun with Pacheco. And they get to him quickly here as he stopped right around the 13. 3 yards on the pickup there, and it'll be 2nd down. Here's Mahomes to throw. He'll buy some time right. He'll get this out to his running back, P.Y. And he's able to get this down to the 5-yard line before he's out of bounds. That leads us to a 1st and goal. It's a pickup of 8.
Well, no question, this is exactly how they wanted to start this football game. And nice pass there. Now they're set up beautifully, Charles, to finish this off with a touchdown. Yeah, but they've still got to finish it off, partner, and that means they've got to execute at this stage of the field. So we've seen many teams march.
And he takes this into the end zone for a Chiefs touchdown. Samaje Perine. A 5-yard touchdown run. And the Chiefs are on the board first on the road here in Baltimore. Extra point by Butker is on target. And it's now a 7-0 game. Here's the Chiefs kickoff unit now as they'll send this one away. And no run back here. That's going to be a touchback. And we'll bring it out to the 30-yard line. Jackson and the Ravens come up now 1st and 10 right at the 30. Now a first carry for Derrick Henry. And he'll power ahead, but only for about 3 yards. 2nd down coming up.
Brandon, to me, what's important right here on this drive is for them to get at least 2 first downs. They've got to give their defense a chance to settle down, catch their breath a little bit after they give up a touchdown on the opening drive.
That ball caught. It's Mark Andrews, the tight end. A first down carry for Henry. And just 1 yard here from the 49 to the 50. After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports. 2nd quarter now from Baltimore. It's the Ravens in possession as they're looking at a 2nd down and 9 to go. From midfield now, here's Jackson. The connection here with Nelson Aguilar. So they'll get 8 out of that completion. And now 1 yard to go on 3rd down. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. From the gun on 3rd down, Jackson flushed out right. Jackson hit, and he lost the football. But fortunately, he's able to recover his own fumble, or that could have been trouble. Lamar Jackson, such a threat with those legs, able to improvise and get the first. They'll drop the throw. A slant route caught by Bateman. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. Another big gainer that time. This one goes for 19 yards.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field. And just like that, they're going to be set up with a 1st and goal.
Jackson. And in for the Ravens touchdown. Nelson Aguilar. A 9-yard touchdown grab. And the Ravens are an extra point away from drawing level. Tucker able to connect on the extra point. And we are tied at 7. Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kick's away. From a yard or 2 deep, here comes a return. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. KC offense out of the huddle, ready for their next drive. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Looking to throw is Mahomes. He's going to loft one deep over the middle. And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there, trying to take a shot, but it's 3rd down.
They decided the opportunity was there and launched a deep ball, but he was unable to get away from the defender, couldn't create space, couldn't uncover at the end of the route, and that one winds up incomplete.
This goes to the former Raven, Marquise Brown. And he will have a Chiefs first down as they're able to get the third down conversion. Headed straight, it's Pacheco. And he'll be brought down, losing yardage back at the 40. They'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
The running lanes have definitely not been there for him here in the first half, and I don't think it's all been his fault. His offensive line hasn't given him much space. A loss results there.
So after the loss of a yard, they'll look to push forward here on 2nd down and 11. Mahomes going to throw. Short throw hauled in by Kelsey. And they're able to get this one past the 30 down to the 25. The Chiefs will use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Throwing now is Mahomes. No hesitations, they go right back to Kelsey. And they've got it inside the 10 at the 8. Another first down as he went right back to the same well, this time for 17 yards.
And this was a nice example of an offensive coordinator scheming his guy open. Just a little underneath route, just trying to free up some space. And it worked awfully well. Got him not just space, but plenty of room to run.
And he will take it on in for a Chiefs touchdown. Patrick Mahomes fighting Mecole Hardman. And the Chiefs will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. Extra point by Butker is on target. And that makes the score 14-7. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. And we will not have a return. They'll bring this to the 30. The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. A slim deficit here in a one-possession game. Not much time left, obviously. We'll see if they can march this down the field, at least get 3 and take some momentum into the locker room. And now off to the races down the right side. And all the way in for a Ravens touchdown.
If you want to get better at Madden, just watch me play, dog.
And the Ravens are an extra point away from tying the ball game here in the final minute of the first half. And a little time left on the clock, so on the other side, they're thinking, gosh, we'd like to get that lead right back.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Here I am going ahead and tapping out the first half.
Well,
There's still time. They've got to make a decision about whether they want to do the kickoff or they want the return guy to touch it.
This one tied at 14 now as he sends this one away. This fielded right at the goal line. And he won't get this to the 20-yard line as he's down at the 19. The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. And the ball backed way up, so thinking with this amount of time on the clock, probably just sit on it And we'll see these two teams go to the lockers.
Yeah, I don't think you want to overthink it in this situation. Either side of the ball. Just go ahead and finish up the half and get on out and talk about it.
We'll get this one to Kelsey. That's complete. Now another timeout called for by the offense as the clock will stop with 18 seconds to go in the first half. So one play, and they're already just shy of midfield. They fake the give. Now Mahomes. It's caught inside the 25. The Chiefs quickly now going to use the last of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. Well, make that now 2 completions for him on this drive. And these aren't ordinary completions. They're big ones.
Yeah, these are the types that make a secondary talk to each other and not in a good way. Oftentimes pointing fingers. Hey, who's got him? Someone cover it. That type of indecision could...
And that's caught. It's Kelsey. Touchdown, Kansas City. Travis Kelsey in the final seconds of the first half. And the Chiefs have taken the lead here in the final stages of this first half. Extra point by Butker is on target. And the lead is now 21-14.
Damn it. Good shit, good shit.
So not much time to work with here. 9 seconds remain in the half as this one is away. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30. The Baltimore offense at the line set to get going. And with only 9 seconds remaining, with not much time, we'll see how they play this. And that is incomplete. 2 seconds left on the clock.
Going with a dime look on defense. 2 extra defensive backs on the field and covered up essentially every blade of grass. That allowed them to disrupt the play.
Not wanting to take a chance this time, they'll keep it on the ground. And he's going to be taken down here as that will lead us to the end of the first half of play. That's it for the first half. 2 more quarters to go. We'll have plenty more to see after the break. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin, getting set for quarter number 3 here. The Ravens set to receive the football, trailing here as we resume action in the 3rd quarter. And no return forthcoming. It'll be a touchback. And the 3rd quarter will start from the 30. The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. Well, Charles, in that first half, we saw a fair amount of offense on both sides of the football, and now the team trailing here will start with it in the 3rd quarter.
And we both know this coach pretty darn well, don't we? Because his game planning is always on point. And now that he's getting the ball to start the second half, how about all the offense that you already referenced in the first half? He'll put that all together and come out with something really strong, I believe, to get things going here in the 3rd quarter.
Flush to his right. And he will slide to a stop. He does have the first down. They'll get 9 out of that one, and as a result, the drive continues.
The defense did its job of taking away a quick throw, but that's only half the battle because they've got to get to him before he can make a run for it. A little bit late containing him there, so he makes a nice gain out of a play that looked like it was in trouble.
And he stopped immediately there. 3rd quarter of a tight football game as we come up on a 2nd and 10. And now Jackson will look to throw it. And this is going to be hauled in by the tight end Andrews. That, I believe, will put him over 100 yards receiving for the game. Yes, it will. And he's got a first down to boot.
And that was good protection there. No, that was great protection there because it allowed him to lock in on his receiver. Although I think he was looking for his tight end on the corner route all the way. Nice connection there for a really nice gain.
So now 1st and 10 in Chiefs territory at the 44-yard line. From the gun, Jackson. And that is incomplete. He couldn't hold on through the contact. Brings up 2nd down.
It's been clear in this matchup which side has been the more physical one. It's been this defense. And here's another example on that last play.
We're in Baltimore, third quarter action, 2nd and 10. Jackson now. That's complete. It's Zay Flowers with it. And all the way inside the 15 before they drop him. Good yardage after the catch. Is that play good for 30 and a first?
Well, as my dad would say sometimes, I'm just scratching my head here trying to figure out what was going on there defensively. How did you lose him in the middle of the field? If you're going to lose a receiver, make sure it's someone on the short side of things, not deep downfield, that can hurt your defense.
And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down. They go play action with Jackson. And it's caught. They'll take it into the end zone for a Ravens touchdown. Lamar Jackson hooking up with Mark Andrews. And the Ravens are an extra point away from evening this one up. Now Jackson going to shift him around. Tucker with the extra point. We are tied at 21. Nothing separating these two teams on the scoreboard as the kick's away here. Some hitting going on now. This has been a tight game, and he takes a big shot there on the return. The KC offense out of the huddle, ready for their next drive. After that last touchdown we just saw, Charles, we got ourselves a brand-new ball game, all tied here in the third as they have their first possession of this second half.
And, Brandon, this drive is all about one word to me, and that's the word answer, because they're trying to answer the momentum the other offense picked up in time in the game, because not only if they score and they feel better about themselves, they'll retake the lead and maybe set the tone for the rest of the half, keeping them in the driver's seat.
Open man here. It's the tight end, Kelsey. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. Getting it to him in space pays off big time. That winds up going for 31. So in Raven territory now. Here's a 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. And now the Raven defense going to call a timeout. It's just their first, so 2 remaining as they burn one here in this third quarter. Now Mahomes. He'll drop this off to Pacheco. And he's got this down to the 35. Add the gain here to the previous play, and it's better than 40 yards total.
Well, they certainly had success throughout this contest, getting him the ball in the passing game, and there he picks up another 1st down. Whatever they saw going into this one, they've been able to capitalize on it, and no adjustment has been made to take it away.
Now it's Mahomes again. This is caught. It's Brown. And he takes this into the end zone for a Chiefs touchdown. Marquise Brown, 35 yards. And the Chiefs have taken the lead. Extra point by Butker is on target, and they will take a 7-point lead. Is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. They did what they had to do to start this third quarter, went down, got the touchdown to cut the lead, but the matching touchdown a moment ago, and we're right back where we started at halftime.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Paul. They got a little bounce in their step after scoring that first touchdown, but the defense gave one up, and that's the problem right now. Can they get better play from their defense while they continue to score on offense?
And they're going to get him behind the line yet again as his nightmare
afternoon continues. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
With his size, he's a tough man to bring down, but they do a nice job there stopping his progress and not allowing him to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Looking at a 2nd and 11 now after the loss. Now it's Jackson. 6 yards there off the scramble, but it'll still leave him with a 3rd down.
Oh, partner, just a second earlier, and they might have had him because they certainly thought they were going to close in and drop him behind the line of scrimmage, but he had just enough time to dodge the pressure, and he ends up getting yardage before being stopped.
Here is 3rd down and 4. Throwing is Jackson. Working the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he will have a Ravens 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. We couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, 1-score game, 1st and 10 here. And that one going to come up short, low throw.
Nice progress down the field was halted by that incompletion. They could try for some safe yards here to get things moving again, or keep throwing it and pushing it downfield to try and pick up bigger yardage.
Under 4 to go now as they come up on 2nd down. Now it's Jackson. Oh, he'll want that one back. Incomplete. He doesn't drop too many in that department. 3rd down.
You know it's not an easy job to go out and catch passes when people are trying to tackle you and knock the ball away. But the bottom line is, that's a pass he's got to have and a pass he should have caught.
And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
Partner, what we're seeing so far is the defense is certainly coordinated. Both levels doing their jobs in tandem. The back helping the front helping the back. The pressure got home on that last play and forced him to try and throw through contact and short of the sticks.
In motion, Aguilar. Here we go. It's Jackson on 4th down. He's got his target. That's complete. And he's taken down, but not before reaching the 10-yard line. Wow, 1st and goal, and defensively, all they can do is shake their heads. Not only did they allow the conversion, but a big play as well. In motion, Aguilar. To throw again is Jackson. Oh, he was hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete.
I like his awareness in the pocket there. Nowhere to go with the football, so instead of forcing it to the sideline, he's just going to put this one into the harbor and live to fight another down without getting wet.
Here's Jackson. There's Flowers. He's got it. Touchdown, Ravens. 10 yards on the touchdown pass. And the Ravens are an extra point away from tying this game here in the 4th. Don't forget the extra point. It's something good. The important thing is we're all tied now early in this 4th quarter. Now this one setting up for a great finish. All tied in the 4th as the kick's away. This taken in at the goal line. And he'll get to the 30-yard line before going out of bounds. The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. Well, they just gave up the score to tie it. That's the bad news. The good news, plenty of time in this 4th quarter to try to grab that lead back. The drive starting with a 1st down, 11 yards on that pickup. Here's Mahomes to throw. To the right side, it's Kelsey. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. Now here's Mahomes. This is caught inside the 15. And all the way in for a Kansas City touchdown. Xavier Worthy, 48 yards. And the Chiefs answer back with a touchdown of their own to break our tie and take the lead here in the fourth. Here's the Chiefs kickoff unit now as they'll send this one away. And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. This is 1st and 10. Off the play fake, here's Jackson, rolling to his right. Oh, that's going to be a costly one. It's intercepted. Trent McDuffie with a pick, and he will return this one to the 30-yard line.
GG's, fam.
What he was trying to do. He was moving to his right and
EA Sports coverage from the National Football League brings us to upstate New York and Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park. The kicker Tyler Bass has us ready to start, and off we go from Buffalo. And they'll opt not to return this, but since the ball did hit in that landing zone, the ball only comes out to the 20-yard line. The drive begins at the 20. There's 1st and 10. For Saquon Barkley. And he's going to be stuck at the line. No gain. Great way for the defense to open up here at home.
This defense wanted to come out early in this game and take the fight to the offense. And boy, did they ever set the tone on the very first play, keeping that carry to no gain.
And he nearly got free. But as it is, gain of 6, it sets up 3rd down. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. Oh, he's got a man. That's caught by Brown. He is knocked down hard. Wow, they stopped him in his tracks, but he does have enough to pick up the 1st down. 63. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. That's complete to his big tight end. Dallas got it. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons ball here early. I think back to our conversation with this coaching staff. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last.
Again, Hurts. A lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended receiver. It's second down. Hurts will try it again. Left side, it's caught by Brown. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short. They'll try to run here with Barkley. He stopped at the 11, but that is enough. A first down picked up as they are getting close. A shotgun snap down Hurts. He pulls it in around the 5. And he will score. A.J. Brown. Touchdown, Eagles. And he misses the extra point. No good, and this will remain a 6-0 game. So the lead stands at 6-0 as this one is kicked off. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Allen gonna throw to get things going. It's going to be intercepted. Picked out by the safety, Reed Blankenship. And he's going to be brought down. What a turn of events here. He has given his guys first and 10 in the red zone.
It's not often, Mike, that everything breaks right for this type of return off of an interception. But boy, is it beautiful when it does. I mean, look at the defenders just flip around and become blockers, trying to spring their guy to the house. Great athleticism, some great moves on his part. I mean, he's going to have some of his offensive teammates looking over their shoulder for their position.
That's over the middle and intercepted. And he'll be taken down, and there is a flag on the play. This is going to be a huge call. So now, after the interception, a sudden change situation. First and goal. Out of the gun, they give it to Barkley. And he's in! Saquon Barkley. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Elliott, good on the extra point. And the Eagles extend their advantage to 13-0. So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. On the ground, this is James Cook. He'll be stopped after a pickup of about 3. Josh Sweat there on the tackle. So after one, it's the Eagles with the early advantage. More after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Second and 7. From the shotgun, it's Allen. That's taken in by Shakir. We'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
run here with Cook. Pick up of 11 yards on that one. First down, Buffalo. From the gun, Josh Allen. He'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line. Now Allen on first down. That's taken in. Keon Coleman. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. Out of the gun, here's Allen. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And he's going to be taken down. Well, a chance to get right back in it here. First down and goal. Here's Cook. And that big offensive block, clearing space. He's in. James Cook. Touchdown, Buffalo. Tyler Bass now for the extra point. The kick is good. It's now 13. Following the touchdown, Bass is back to kick it off. The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. First and 10. They'll start on the ground with Barkley. A minute 58 to go in the first half of play. Greg and I back in Buffalo after this. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. To throw, Hurts. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
Well defended there. The quarterback's trying to attack this defense outside the numbers. Those really wide angle throws near the sideline sometimes can be very hard to defend. So with a lot of credit to this secondary. They were all on the same page and
swing out wide and intercepted.
So not a lot of yards on the return, Mike, but
once again, it's Cook. It'll take it down inside the 20. A run into the red zone. A pickup of 6. From the gun, it's Allen. That's taken in. It's James Cook. And we'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch. So the hope is when you call these underneath drag routes, you're trying to have your tight end come out the backside of the defense in space. So when you put the ball on him early, it leads to big yards after the catch. In this case, they don't get the real big play they were hoping for, but they'll definitely take it.
Amari Cooper was the man he was looking for. Now it's going to be third down. Throwing again. It's Allen. He's in. Khalil Shakir. Touchdown, Bills. Make that kick.
So, Ten escaped. 2 were still on the run.
2 still on run. Not one more with this nut.
It's the guy with the tats and then the last one, the Derek.
I hope they take who. They need to rest these boys.
We are about 15 miles south of downtown Buffalo at Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park. And we are underway in Buffalo. And he'll get it up past the 20 to about the 22. On the ground, this is Derrick Henry. They'll get this to the 24, and it's second down.
Oh, that's a real nice job there by the defensive front. They just engaged and held their ground. But how about the guy who made the play? We often talk about whether they take a good first step or not. Many times you just don't take any step. Just get your feet moving, get your body going, and then once he made the read, he was able to make the play.
This is 2nd and 8.
Again, it's Henry. Nowhere to go that time. Might have gotten a yard up to the 25.
I know that speed is the hallmark of today's NFL game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
A tough spot here on their opening drive. This is 3rd and 7. From the gun, Jackson.
Oh, his first throw of the game going to be intercepted. So they'll accept that penalty, and that will, of course, move the football up the field.
Henry up the middle. And he's got room. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. That's good for a Raven first down, 15 yards there.
Well, there's plenty of real estate for him to maneuver on that run, and let's face it, it shouldn't be a surprise. He's one of the better backs in the league. Had to come into this game with the idea, slow him down, otherwise it's going to be a long afternoon.
And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 40. That one good for 13 and a Raven first down.
Usually we see runs like this as the defense breaks down later in the game, but this guy's setting the tone early, running through all types of tackles and put the defense back on its heels.
Back-to-back good plays have him on the move on first down. Stays on his feet. He'll be stopped at the 35, but not before he picks up 7 yards.
A nice run here early on. It doesn't take a great play caller to realize you want to establish a guy of his caliber with runs like this early because they'll pay dividends as the game progresses.
And now Jackson will look to throw it. He's able to find Wallace. A gain of 5, good enough for the first down.
They kept the receiver in the short field, but that let his quarterback get the ball quickly to him before either guy in double coverage could react.
To throw is Jackson. Escaping the pressure right. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. Good coverage downfield led to him taking off, picking up the first down on a 13-yard run. A shotgun handoff to Henry. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 5 at the 6. No score after 1 on EA Sports. Raven football here as we begin quarter number 2. As they've got it with second down and less than a yard. A handoff on the left, Henry. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. The second down play results in a loss of 2 yards.
2 things to watch. First is strength and being able to break out that initial contact. But at his size, once you slow his momentum, it's hard for him to get it started again and end up tackling you behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, this is not going to be enough. Was in search of 2 yards and only got halfway there.
Well, they picked up a portion of it, but not all that they needed. Now that leads to a decision on 4th and 1. Let's see what they decide to do.
They'll run. It's Henry. And he is into the end zone for a Baltimore touchdown. Derrick Henry taking it in from 7 yards away. And the Ravens post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. Tucker able to connect on the extra point, and that makes the score 7-0. Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. Right after the touchdown to extend their lead, now maybe opening the door a little bit there by allowing starting field position at the 40. So good field position for the Bills as they come up 1st and 10 at the 40. Now Allen. Into the hands of the tight end, Dalton Kincaid. And he has a big gain inside the 40 before being dropped. First down, here's the run with Cook. And he'll manage to pick up about 4. It's second down. To throw, it's Allen. And there is Amari Cooper, his first catch. 2 minutes on the clock, second quarter, 7-0 ball game. From the gun, it's a give to Cook. Brought down at the 20. Just not a whole lot of room to operate there on that carry.
No, not at all. They did a really nice job staying in their proper places and not allowing any lanes to open up.
And the Bills are going to have a 1st and goal as he'll be taken down at the 7-yard line. They'll run with Cook. And a little bit of space there takes it inside the 5 to the 3. Now the Ravens going to use one of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside.
It's largely been the air attack that's gotten them down here, but now's where you start to lean on that running game. That's a good pickup there on 1st and goal.
Allen now looks to throw. To the goal line, but it's incomplete.
Oh, they were so close. That close to their first points of the game. Just needed to hang on just a second longer, but he couldn't complete the process of the catch through the jostling from the defender.
Sliding out of the pocket. That's caught. Kincaid for the Bills touchdown. A 3-yard touchdown pass. And the Bills are an extra point away from tying the ball game here in the final minute of the first half. Extra point by Bass. Up and good. That is going to tie our game as we approach halftime. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. And he's going to be stopped cold. Good coverage there by the kick team to bring that return to an abrupt halt. The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. And with a little under a minute to play, they may be looking to pick up some yardage here, maybe try and come up with a field goal to seize the lead before intermission. Jackson. Eluding the pressure right. And he'll get this up past the 25 before he's out of bounds. He'll get 3 yards on the scramble there at second down.
Brandon, once that one broke down, there were only so many options left for him to take. Fortunately, only first down, so he smartly got the yardage he could get and didn't worry about trying to turn into a bigger play and end up taking a bigger loss. Here, they hope they can regroup and get something different going here on second down.
Now he'll escape to his right. And the penalty accepted, and they move the ball forward. Now it's Jackson. That's going deep for Bateman. And this one is incomplete.
Not only did he have a chance to scan the field there, it felt like he had a chance to scan it twice. The protection was that good. Unfortunately for him, the coverage downfield, equally good.
Here's Jackson. That's caught. It's Flowers. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. He's got his first catch here before halftime, and it goes for a first down. Jackson now. That's going deep for Bateman. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
And they're not going to go quietly into this halftime break. They know they're in for a fight, so they're trying to make every possession count. They took the big shot there, but it winds up incomplete.
Jackson will throw again. And the Bills are going to get him as he goes down. Now a timeout signal for him. They'll give him 10 seconds to go before halftime. Now after that sack, it's 3rd and long for Jackson and the Ravens. Now they'll throw here out of the gun. That's going deep for Bateman. Got a man that's caught for a Ravens touchdown. Rashad Bateman in the final seconds of the first half. And the Ravens have taken the lead here in the final stages of this first half. Jackson and the Ravens still on the field. They'll go for 2. They motion the running back out left. That's caught. And he is into the end zone. So they get 2 more on the board here just before halftime. So barring a touchback, this likely the final act of the half as the kick is away. And no run back here. That's going to be a touchback. And we'll bring it out to the 30-yard line. final shot before half for Allen. And he's going to go down. Couldn't get a throw off with the pressure. Maybe that was for the best, as that brings us to the end of this first half of play. And that'll do it for the end of the second quarter. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Welcome back. Halftime over. We are ready for quarter number 3. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gordon. The Bills trail here, but they will get the football first as we are back underway on EA Sports. And we will not see a return of the dynamic kickoff, and the first drive of the second half will commence from the 30-yard line. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the second half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people will think losing equals passing the ball more, but I'd establish the running game. They kind of went away from it in the first half. I think if they get back in balance, it'll help them when they put the ball back in the air.
He was held without a catch in the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
Up the middle, it's Cook. And he'll be taken down just shy of midfield. 5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on first down.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secure before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level. Another attempt, another incompletion, and when I look at the scoreboard and where we are in this game, it comes to mind that they have to start getting the ball in the hands of their playmakers. Throw it to the guys that maybe can take a short pass and turn it into a long gain or make people miss downfield. They've got to have points. And the guys who can put the ball in the end zone, they're the ones that need to touch the ball.
And he is going to have the Bills first down. They needed 5 there on third down. He winds up getting 7. Here's Allen. He's got his man. That's the rookie from Florida State. And did he get in? No! They'll mark him out at the 1 yard. 34 yards. To the big play. A chance to finish now on first and goal. On play action, Allen. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there. And it's second down.
Have to give some credit to the defender on that when he read all of his keys perfectly and got a great break on the ball and able to force that incompletion.
And he'll get in. He's over for the touchdown. Josh Allen scoring on the sneak from a yard out. And the Bills are back within a couple of the lead. And now Sean McDermott's made the call. They'll go for 2. Allen will try to throw for it. They'll roll him out right. And they don't get it. They tried for the 2-point conversion there, but unsuccessful. After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And he returns this to the 22. The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. But Charles, they still have the lead despite their defense giving up a touchdown on the previous possession. And even though they have that lead, it feels like a back-and-forth ball game where to try to get momentum back, maybe they need at least 3 here on this drive.
I think you're right about that, Brandon, because your game plan doesn't change. But I do believe your urgency does because of the last score that went against your team. So what you want to do now is have your own drive and try and make sure that that momentum stays in your camp.
In motion, Aguilar. And he'll get an opportunity with it on the touch pass. And he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. First target, first catch, and a first down.
And this is just a little touch pass. They send the receiver in motion, just kind of tap it forward to him. That doesn't turn into a huge play, but they do pick up a first down. A nice, consistent game.
64 yards rushing for him now in the ball game.
Now, Brandon, that's the way you want to run the football. There should almost be quote bubbles above the offense right now. Bam, boom, biff. That's how they feel good about moving the football.
Now Jackson. And this is into the hands of Andrews downfield. And he's got a first down as the tackle made at the Bills' 32-yard line. That one nearly 30 yards, 29 officially.
I know I spent a lot of time talking about how tight ends in a lot of cases now are pumped up wide receivers, but they're still big people. He used that frame right there to absorb a really big hit on him and held on to the ball.
And they won't be able to run another play. Time has expired on this third quarter. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. We couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, one-score game. First and 10 here. Running left, it's Henry. Give him 5 on the carry there, and it'll be second down. Well, at this stage, that's exactly what you want offensively. Good run on first down, stay in bounds, keep that clock rolling.
And look at that play chart that the play caller has in his hands right now. That's what you got to focus in on, because that's divided up by sections. And right now, he's looking at that 4-minute offense section. What running plays do we have to bleed down the clock and take care of the football? Right now, they're executing really well.
Still a couple yards short of the first as the 3-yard gain brings up a third down. They'll come to the line needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. Off the play fake, here's Jackson. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is into the end zone for a Baltimore touchdown. Lamar Jackson hooking up with Mark Andrews. And the Ravens get an important score there to extend their lead here in this fourth quarter. Tucker with the extra point, and that makes this a 9-point game. Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown. And trouble there on the kickoff as that goes out of bounds. Well, not one you see often there as he fails to keep it between the sidelines, and that is a penalty every time, and going to give this offense better field position.
And it's every kickoff guy's nightmare, isn't it? Because you don't see yourself doing this, and most of the time you don't. It's absolutely a mishit, and now your team pays the price. Bad field position for your defense.
So good field position for the Bills as they come up first and 10 at the 40. Working out of the shotgun. Here's Allen. Got his man complete over the middle. It's Coleman. Just a gain of a couple there. And that'll make it second down. And right now, defensively, you love that, don't you? I mean, you'll give them that play.
And they'll take it every single time. This is almost like nickeling and diming it downfield, and too much time's going to run off the clock.
Hit as he throws there, incomplete.
Maybe a little frustration starting to creep in. The offensive line hasn't done a great job of protecting him in this game, and there he was, hit again as he threw it.
Yeah, another time on his backside, probably starting to get a little frustrated.
Got to keep his composure. Can't let the defense know that they're getting to him.
Here's Allen to throw it. That is caught. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds. And in a two-score game, obviously, every play, every third down, like we saw there, magnified, big pickup.
It was a huge pickup. What they really want, though, is to not even get to third down. They've got to maximize time and conserve as much as possible.
And the timing a bit off that time as that one falls to the ground.
When you're leading in the final quarter, your radar has to be up for any potential deep shots. And probably not the last one they're going to see in this game, not as long as they hold this lead.
Throwing now is Allen. And this one nearly intercepted. Boy, that would have been a great time for their first pick. But instead, it's third down. Now, right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. And again, it's Allen. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Picked off by Odafe Owe. And the Ravens will have solid field position here as they take over at their 45-yard line. So
It's a city home to one of the most loyal and passionate fan bases in football. And all the noise they're making is being captured by the Dome here at Ford Field in Detroit. Here's Tyler Bass to get this one started. And we're off in Detroit. Khalif Raymond to return it. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Start on the ground with Gibbs. And they limit the damage just a few yards on that game. Making the stop that time, Taron Johnson. This is Gibbs on 2nd down. The defenders are there to get him at the line. Terrell Bernard tracking that one down. Stuck to the ground, but nothing gained that time, and it brings up 3rd and 7.
When one defender failed, well, his buddy was there to swarm to the ball and make that play just as it gets to the line of scrimmage.
Goff on 3rd. Trying for the deep ball. His first throw is an interception. Rasul Douglas picks it off. And the Bills get the football on the first turnover of the contest. So the first drive of the game ends not in points, Brock, but in an INT.
And I get it. Opening drives aren't always going to end up with points or a touchdown. Good thing, though, there's a lot of opportunities left to make up for that miscue and go get yourself back in rhythm and back on script.
All right, excellent field position for the Bills as they set up 1st and 10. First down of the game. Here we go. Right away. Look at this ball. Going the other way. Lights out. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover. 1st and 10 from the 41. Handoff running left. Here's Gibbs. Finds space for a few yards that time. Making the stop that time, Taron Johnson. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Another one for Gibbs. He's running forward, halts it after a couple of yards. That play cleaned up by Matt Milano. Third down run by Gibbs. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Just 1 yard on the play. That leaves him with 4th and 4.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
Pass taken in by St. Brown. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. And they drag him down just in time. He's shy of that marker. We got a turnover on downs. 1st and 10. Here's Allen. Pass into the hands of Dalton Kincaid. And he goes out. Just needed one more step to reach midfield. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And that's good for a Bills first down. One play in, and already they're close to midfield. Throwing now on 1st down, Allen. Complete out to the right side. A solid gain there, gets him across the 45 before he goes out.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down, well, opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. Third and short in your back pocket and get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Down the shotgun, gives a punt. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I don't know about you, Kate, but he sure made getting that 1st down look really easy. A lot easier than it's supposed to be for that defense. And I think they'll hear about it when they get to the sidelines.
1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. from the gun, it's Allen. Finds his man. Oh, the football's loose. And it's a turnover. The defense has it. And they stop him before he gets much on the return. Oh boy, Brock, some very unfortunate deja vu offensively here. This is exactly how their last drive came to an end too.
Yeah, bummer for the offense, but exactly what the defense has worked on this week. They find those ball security culprits and they take advantage of. They study that tape all week long, looking to see who's loose with the football and where they can take advantage of it. And they've done it on back-to-back drives. There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Off play action, Goff. Finds a seam down the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. So through one, this game, more for you defensive maestros out there. Couple of zeros on the board right now. We're back to Ford Field right after this. Back and beginning the second quarter. Lions in possession. They've got a first to begin the frame. Coming right is Gibbs. And he's just spinning his wheels, man, this entire first half. They drop him behind the line. Again, it's Gibbs. He breaks the tackle. And it's a nice gain, but still not enough for the first. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. They'll go right side with Gibbs. And this tackle with the first down yardage.
You love a huddle. Okay, you really do. You love a huddle full of guys like this who just know how to keep the drive moving forward. There's some trust there, and he's going to get the job done, and he's going to get another shot, I would guess, down the line.
Going to the ground again on first. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle. Offense up to the line fast. Again, left side for Gibbs. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Working quickly here.
Put some points on the scoreboard.
First down, and they go right back to him. And he has a gain of 4 on the run, which runs us up to the 2-minute warning. Second and 6 coming up here. Here's Gibbs on the carry. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. Now Gibbs. Takes a cut, and the ball comes out. And that goes out through the end zone. So a costly turnover, a would-be touchdown. Gonna be a touchback instead. Ball coming out to the 20. Allen now on first down. He's got Khalil Shakir. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it, adding all the extra yardage.
He can run it. And he goes out. Just needed one more step there to reach midfield. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. Allen setting up play action. Finds him on the crossing route. And he's going to be drugged down. Looks like at that 37-yard line. Play action now with Allen. That one doesn't find its man. Incomplete. Nearly an interception on that play. And that brings up second down. Looking from the gun. It's Allen. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. Up to the line, and they're set. 1st and 10. To throw again, it's Allen. Defensive play to Charlie loose, incomplete.
See the pass, turn up your hip, and jar that ball loose. Not a lot of players are hanging on to a well-placed hit like that one.
To the air again, Allen. This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces 3rd down.
Oh, that's like a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It takes both to make it work. And defensively, you've got to have that pressure up front. That's peanut butter. Then we like to have some jelly. That was almost a huge play with an interception.
The Bills return to their kicker, Tyler Bass, for the field goal try. From the left hash, a 40-yard look. Amendola able to put it through. And they're on the board.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance, but it's never a lot. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
Bass now to kick this away. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Just 25 seconds remaining as they get all set up for 1st down. They go play action with Goff. He puts some air under this one, deep right. That one's caught in the 10-yard line. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks and dumps. You've got to get the explosive jump. You've got to get the big play. And that throw.
He runs it across, touchdown. The Lions take the lead just before halftime. It's a Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. Point after up and good for Bates. Lions take a 4-point lead. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Brings in the kick at the 9. And he's out a little short of the 30. First and 10, but only time left for maybe a couple plays here. Allen on the play action. He fires one deep down the middle. It's grabbed inside the 30. And he takes it into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. The Bills take the lead just before halftime. Amari Cooper, the touchdown. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just got to ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. You got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up. You can find pay dirt.
That one right down the middle. And the Bills push their lead to 3. Touchback. This kickoff should run out the half, so better make that return good as it's away. This one's going to bounce into the end zone and will end as a touchback. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. One final shot before halftime. Launches one deep downfield. And this is going to end action. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the 3rd quarter. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Has this at the 6. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
It's got to be so demoralizing as a defense when you go up against a running back who just keeps those legs churning like a piston in an engine. And that effort's contagious. This entire offense is getting a boost when he busts those tires.
Into traffic, complete. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Brian Branch getting there for the tackle. Cook trying this one up the gut. And what a hit there. Alex, she faced the price for moving the chains that time.
Ooh, I like that. I really like that execution to move the chains. Now that 3rd down call that they had ready, they could stick it right back in the pocket for a later occasion.
1st down throw for Allen. Golden with there. Looks like about 6. Brian Branch getting there for the tackle.
The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain of space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk. It was nearly a big play.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Now Allen off the play action. Looking to scroll back out. And he gets it down to the 35 before stepping out. 8 yards on the gain, and the drive continues forward. They're set up at the 35 now. On the ground, first run for Ray Davis. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2.
They got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get 1st downs against the better defenses in this league.
From the 33 on 2nd down. Just cut the 9-yard line. And touchdown Buffalo. Now in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this 2-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
Bass now to kick this away. Here's Raymond on the return. And he gets up beyond the 20, but they plant him a few inches into the ground to end that return. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Takes the handoff, now to throw. Gets everything he has under this throw. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. So it'll be 2nd down. Off the play fake, he's going to throw. He's looking deep once again. And a double coverage. Ooh, don't want to do that. He was there for the interception. Taylor rapping to pick that one off. And the Bills see their return stop just a little bit short of their own 30. Well, no doubt they envisioned that as the start of a 2nd half push for the lead. But the defense, well, defense had other ideas, Brock, protecting their team's advantage and taking possession back on the first play of the series.
Not the way you needed to start the half if you were thinking comeback. but exactly the way to start the half if you're trying to take this lead and step on it. That's a defender who sensed the need for a splash play and delivers.
Now motion him out of the backfield. It's his back away Davis. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, there was never a play in any playbook I ever saw designed for a lost yardage play when you throw the ball. But if there's any solace, at least it was first down. More chances to make up for it.
Cooper going in motion right. Headed out right. He just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be third down. It was looking Amari Cooper's way there. And things look tougher now with third and long. The shotgun is Allen. This will be caught by Cooper. He touch him down, but a great pickup, and it's good for a first. So we hit the end of the third quarter. It's Bills ball. We'll see if they can hang on to this lead till the end. Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. Again, Allen to the air. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. He was looking for Keon Coleman on that throw. And it's going to be second down. Play action now. Allen. He intercepts it. That is exactly what they needed. Jack Campbell with the INT. And it's a pick six as he runs it in for a touchdown. That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, and the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers. And he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
Keeping it on the ground. And he made the line of scrimmage, but not that goal line. Defense there to shut down that two-point attempt. A quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away. He's going to field this at the 2. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. They'll get this drive started. First and 10. Back to the air as Allen after the pick. If you like defense, you are loving what you're seeing right now. Consecutive drives that have ended in interceptions. It's become a real defensive battle.
Well, let's see here, kid. We got 1, we got 2. Do I hear a third interception in a row? I'll tell you this right now. These defenders, they are squashing that thought the defenders are offensive guys with bad hands because they're making it happen, taking the ball away.
And he's tackled after gaining a handful. 6 yards to pick up there. That's going to bring up third and 4.
When you don't have great success on first down, Kate, it's a little bit like a hitter in baseball falling behind in the count. And all you want to do as a hitter is get back to a fighting chance. Give yourself a better count. That play, well, does the same here. Now a much more manageable and opportune third down situation.
And he gets leveled 6 before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down. We've reached the 2-minute warning in Detroit. Lions needing 4 points. defense staying out there. It's 4th and 1. Running for it. Here's Gibbs. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
A split second, all to keep the defense from making a stand right there. It's amazing, man. This game of inches and split-second reactions.
He's in the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit. The Lions have taken the lead late. It's a Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. So what a finish this is shaping up to be. The late touchdown here, Brock, moves them in front.
And week to week, what a pleasure it is for us to call these games. We never know what kind of game it is.
Just like they drew it up into the end zone, he goes, and they're up by 2 here on the field. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Johnson with a return here. He stopped on the return at the 27. They're out and set. 1st and 10. He'll look to throw it. It's Kincaid. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. The Bills are going to go ahead and call their first time out. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting the first. Setting up to pass. Complete. It's Cooper. And they make the tackle at the 38. Bills moving quickly now. They're in the hurry up. Back to throw. Could be it, folks. It's intercepted. Jack Campbell with the INT. And the Lions make the play that should win them this game.
You know, Kate, once you've thrown a couple picks, it's easy to become check down Charlie.
Next to some of the northernmost waters of the beautiful Chesapeake Bay. We're at M&T Bank Stadium near Baltimore's Inner Harbor. Justin Tucker has this all teed up. And we're underway from the bank. He's going to return it from a yard or 2 deep. This isn't even going to make the 20. The coverage team gets to it. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. You've got a man in motion. Hurts comes out throwing. Right off the rip, he's throwing deep. Oh, it's intercepted. What a start. Kyle Hamilton with the pick. And the Ravens are off to a great start defensively. They force a turnover on the opening possession.
You know what this is, Kate? This is the practice field coming to life. Really on both sides of the ball. Right, you watch defensive coaches preach all the time, and they work on these returns to get to the near sideline, everybody to get a block. And then for those offensive players to show the effort to go chase that down so it's not a pick six, yeah, it stinks for the offense. But that was a practice field coming to life for everybody to see.
From the 16. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get it.
They will take this into the end zone for a Baltimore touchdown. The Ravens pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. Derrick Henry, the touchdown. So our first score of the game here as they cap off that drive with a touchdown.
It's really what you're looking for, Kate, offensively. You want to force the other guys into thinking they need to play a little catch-up right away. So nice job to get that first score and take early control of this game.
Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. There's a return from the 7. He stopped on the return at the 27. The drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. He's on the move. And he's going to go out of bounds. Looks a little short of the 35.
Well, QB made something happen. He got some yardage when the play didn't develop right. He even got himself out of bounds to avoid a hit. The only negative at all is he couldn't quite get the first down.
2nd and 3 now. A play fake now hurts the throw. Chased out to his right. Nearly intercepted. Ooh, he almost had it.
How you missed that, man?
Brings up 3rd down.
Gosh, you could just almost feel his eyes up here, Kate, getting huge, right? He was envisioning the return, and he simply dropped it. You got to secure that pick before you think of anything else.
Hurts with it on 3rd and short. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll get it up to the 44. The dose of the hurry-up offense here. He's only able to power this forward for about 3 yards.
Not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
2nd down now, 7 to go. From the 47. Escapes the pocket. On the run, deep down the left side. And this one won't be caught, but we got a flag here. Looked like there may have been some early contact before that throw.
Yeah, that was pass interference. I give you that.
The penalty erases an exciting turnover, makes it 1st and 10. They'll run here following the penalty. And he's brought down for a loss. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. On the play fake, it's Hurts. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. Look way outside there, trying to work that sideline block, but by the time the ball had arrived, well, the defender had to knock that ball out.
I think you see my reaction in the booth every time we see that throw, because I close my eyes and remember the terror that I felt as a quarterback when you let that ball go and you're throwing it all the way to the boundary. There's some risk reward, and that time, well, there was no.
Take them 3, fam. Take them 3, fam. Yeah, that was a good pass. I ain't gonna hold you.
6 points that literally went right off his hands.
Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Henry gets it here to start the drive. And he's going to manage a lone yard on that drive up the gut. C.J. Gardner-Johnson there on the tackle. From the gun, Jackson. Finds Aguilar. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And that's good for a Ravens 1st down.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat, man.
Back at beginning of 2nd quarter. Ravens in possession. They've got 1st and 10 here, looking to add to their lead. He reaches midfield and starts driving into Eagles territory. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Out of the gun, Henry. And he has this one down to the 8-yard line. Offense up to the line fast.
There's a train running that rock, fam. You already know.
This is Henry on 2nd. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
They gotta wrap him up.
Well, they just choose violence. They look for those opportunities to bust through tackles and keep those legs pumping.
He has it on the QB sneak. And he's in for the touchdown. The Ravens get another 6 to make this a 13-0 game. It's a Lamar Jackson touchdown. He finds his way in on the sneak. Tucker able to tack on the extra points. And the Ravens double their lead to 14. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. Return starts from the goal line. He's brought down to end that return as we've reached our 2-minute warning. That brings us to the 2-minute warning at the Inner Harbor. It's the Eagles, about set to begin their drive. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Now he'll throw off the play fake. Makes the grabbing bounds left side. And they finally
Good play, good play.
big gain and a new set of downs. First and 10, here's Hurts. It's his running back. And they get this down to the 28. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
That is what elite offenses
So,
are.
I smell a pick.
60 downs when you need only one. Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
On 1st down, Hurts.
Pick that.
With all due respect to some of the great linebackers back in the day, to play the position today, man, you've got to be versatile. You can't just be a come up and stuff the run. You got to play coverage. And these defenses more and more rely on you to break up those just like that.
Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete.
Timing is everything in life. The timing is everything defensively.
It get tough in that. It get tough in this area sometimes, fam. I be going through it.
That ball loose.
On third down, it's Hurts. Intercepted again. And the Ravens are going to set up just beyond the 10-yard line.
Well, obviously not the cleanest game without 2 interceptions, but here's the key. This is where mental toughness for
Yeah, fam.
is critical. And frankly, why some of the best QBs playing today have baseball in their background, because you flush your mistakes. Okay, you strike out, you throw an interception, but you got to go get it in that next series. Got to put these interceptions behind and press forward ahead.
And he brought down along the 25-yard line. Now the Ravens are going to use the first of their timeouts. A new set of downs awaits them. Here's first and 10. Shotgun snap to Jackson. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Cooper to Gene in to pick it up.
Good shit.
We'll have a shot at least a field goal here. Maybe the end zone after that return. Got it off that interception, Brock. Let's see if they can pay that off with points. Here's first and goal. Look at the throw here. Shake off that previous INT. Escapes out to the left.
Oh yeah, man. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Oh no. Good shit, boy. Come on, man. Fuck.
Possible, Brock, from what that was drawn up to be. But the end result, partner, exactly as they planned. It's a touchdown.
In this case, Kate, it really was about the destination, not about the journey.
And the kick is good. So
Right, expert testified that this is a
Damn.
and this is not his signature.
Yeah, he got me, chat. He got me right there, chat. Damn, I tried to go down, man. It happened to the best, man. We know we got to get back on our toes.
We get back and see what the second half has in store for us. Deontay Hardy to return. It's an excellent return, but he gets popped at the end of it.
Yeah, fam made it another football game. Fam, that was big for fam.
They've got first down from the 31. Interception last drive doesn't deter them. They're going right back to the air. Passing to the hands of Mark Andrews. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line.
Crazy.
I know it, fam. It's cold out there when I'm catching, dog.
And that'll be first down. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory.
Nothing but
We got to press, chat. We got to press.
First down. Here's Lamar. Aguilar with the return. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. Working quickly here. On first down, Jackson. seems like a lot of the time, Brock, even if the results aren't quite as flashy every rep, tight ends are even more reliable scorers than a lot of receivers are when it comes to the passing game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but there's also a lot more real estate for them to work with, right? Think of the receivers. They got to deal with the sidelines, that 12th defender. Many of these tight ends, they've got a ton of field to work with, and when they prove to the quarterback they could be a difference maker, they'll look for them.
Tucker on for the extra point.
Yeah, I get lucky sometimes, fam. Yeah, you ain't no simp now. Fam definitely ain't no simp. Damn it, boy, we're running that ball.
This offense will take that from the ground game every time. But I know I've been around this league a long time. Runs like that, they're really hard to come back. It takes everybody. Maybe a little breakdown there on defense, too, to take advantage of.
All right, I got to lock in on that run, chat. Oh, Barkley tied. Barkley tied.
Now from the gun. Flush shot out to his left.
Oh, he shitted on the money.
That drop ruins the payoff to a well-designed play. You've got a man open to beat the coverage. That's a call they can revisit in the future with hopefully a much better job finishing the catch.
Chance here for one final play before the end of the quarter. They're going to throw it on third and long. It's going to be an incomplete pass on the this on the last play of the quarter. On fourth down, Hurts.
Folds up, folds up. Fourth quarter, folds up.
But it is a two-score game to begin the fourth. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Drive begins with Henry. Up the sideline, past the 40.
GG's, fam.
So the complexion of this drive has changed dramatically now. New set of downs inside the 35. Bails out of the pocket quick.
Shit, I'm about to say you might be right. There's still pressure out there.
He did exactly what he was supposed to do on that play. Felt the pressure and escapes the pocket. After that, it's on somebody downfield to get open.
Appreciate it, fam. Appreciate it.
He simply has to get rid of it.
Rolling left, buying some time. And they take this in for the score.
Yes, sir, Ski.
As a white supremacist game maker, because even when they're talking about him,
Shit, that's who I play with, man. Josh Allen, my guy.
this is insane.
Right down the middle. Let's go.
But even
Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. Fielded just shy of the end zone. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Completes this one to Jahan Johnson. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. Offense up to the line fast. 63. First down throwing for Hurts. Put some power on a deep one left. He's got it.
Damn it. Good shit.
Working quickly here. First down from the red zone. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete. Took his shot at 6 that time. And we'll see what they do here on 2nd down.
Quarterbacks, well, they're a lot like sharpshooters in the NBA. Sometimes they're just going to miss. You got to shake it off and keep on firing.
Forced out to his right. After all that, he still can't get rid of it. They get there and drop him. That's the 2-minute warning here from Baltimore. Eagles trying to make it look a little nicer on that scoreboard. So a really tough spot here. This is 3rd and a country mile. Hurts looking to throw. Getting out to his left. And that one hits the deck. Back to throw, Hurts. That one's cut along the left sideline. They come through with a massive gain there on 4th down, 24 yards, and it's a 1st down. Working inside the red zone. Sheds off the rusher.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB talk. You know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm. Especially in a situation like that. It's a good thing he woke up to. Able to make something out of nothing and at least keep him moving forward.
Damn it. Good touchdown.
The Eagles get it back to within 2 possessions. A.J. Brown, the touchdown. Elliott on now to attempt the point after. The point after splits the uprights. And the Eagles get it back to a 14-point game.
They need this onside.
2 possessions. Time not exactly on their side as they try this onside kick. And no dice on this kick. The Ravens recover. He gets flattened to the ground. From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. Wow, they're going to pass it here. Connects on the crosser. And he'll be brought down at about the 29.
Come on, man.
And they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty. And now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Give to Henry on the inside handoff. And they're going to bring him down after a good gain to the 40. You've got to keep moving quick here.
No, we changed it.
Oh, look at this. He's set up to throw. That's another crossing route. And he gets this forward to the 19. Gotta hurry this thing along.
GG's, bruh.
In the 2 games, they've led for a better sense of urgency. 2-0 against Minnesota, and remember Indiana was up 2-0 in their games that they lost game 3, and so there's a better sense of urgency for the Pacers. But I do like OKC tonight. Think about it this way: OKC should be up 2-0. They played 96 minutes in the 2 games. They've dominated for 90 of the 96 minutes. Correct? Is that about right? Last 5 minutes of game 1, and that's been it. They're easy. They won game 2. I think OKC, with momentum, will win the game tonight against us. I'll say one other thing, then Jay, it's all yours. I'll say one other thing. If OKC wins tonight, this series is over. Agreed. I think Indiana has to win again. Now, if Indiana wins, the series isn't over because OKC was down 2-1 at Denver and they came back and won the series. I think Indiana, I don't know how Stevie feels. I'll let you take it next. I think it's a must-get for them. Halliburton is obviously the answer. I apologize. My tie and my microphone. Well, you are going to the polo.
Yeah, she's mimicking me. See, that's something I went through. She learns. She's taking
care of things. She's taking give it back. But I do think
not always about you, Steve.
I think OKC wins 2-1 up going into the Friday game 4.
So I think tonight is a must-win for Indiana. And to your point, the thing that
When you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detector car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
Hallie is a really big thing, right? What the hell is going on? Do you know my man has not attempted 1 free throw, nor had 1 offensive rebound? Now, like 1 free throw in this entire 2 games, right? Means there's a lack of aggression. So all I'm saying, go back to game 4 against the Knicks. Do you remember the Halliburton that we saw that game? First quarter, 15 points, 5 of 7 from the field, 6 assists, 5 rebounds. The ball had energy. He had energy. He was aggressive. We need to see that player tonight. Because Pascal Siakam needs to be better in transition. You can talk about all the things that Indiana needs to do defensively. But he unlocks them offensively. And I don't want to hear any more of this, the physicality. And I thought Lou Dort was gone. They give him space. They're playing containment defense. It's not like they're pressuring him full court, turn him 5, 6 times. They're meeting him at the 3-point line. Create some downhill room running space. It has to start with Halliburton. I know people might think that's unfair, but honestly, I don't care. It's the NBA Finals. Life is unfair. That's why you have a chance to be a great player. It starts and ends with the way Halliburton starts the game. At this stage and point in his young career. But there were people that were talking about it as if he had arrived. Well, Shake Hill, this is showing you. He's arrived. This is a man that was runner-up for league MVP last year. He was the MVP this year. His team was the #1 seed after the regular season in both years. There was pressure on them to win this postseason. The brother sat up there and averaged 32 during the regular season. Made sure he was averaging that during the postseason. Shows up in the NBA Finals and a model of consistency. Just doing what he normally does. Just another day at the office. You know that guy plays your position. He is opposite of you. He's the engine that's supposed to stop coming with Oklahoma City Thunder
scrub. He's not somebody that's overrated like they tried to rate him. He's better than that. But the flip side to it is that when this noise comes your way and you're on the court for 65 plus minutes in the first two games and you don't attempt a free throw and you're literally averaging 20 points less than the guy opposite you who plays your position, 20 points less? Come on now. I mean, at some point in time, we do have to look at you and say, yo, are you ready? Are you ready for this challenge? This challenge.
I know, but like, can we unpack that? Can we separate it, doggy? Like, I get the first two games. We both been critical. I admit, okay, has not shown up or stepped up. But this whole thing that Hallie has not arrived, that doesn't feel right to me. I mean, the guy has made. Let's remember, we're talking about them on what's today's date? Today's June 11th. June 11th.
Happy birthday, Stephen.
We ain't talking about Steph. We ain't talking about Bron. We ain't talking about. Wait. I'm not saying. Wait, time out. No. Let me finish, because now you can't twist my words on me. Okay. Let me finish my comments, because that's the power of TV. You jump in on me, and then people think I'm comparing. I'm not. I'm just saying, who are we talking about on June 11th? We're talking about Tyrese Halliburton making multiple game-winning shots to get his team to the NBA Finals. His game is different than a ball-dominant SGA that drops 40. I'm not excusing the first two games appearances by him, but he has arrived. He is a great player. It's okay to say that. There's different levels of greatness, but I'm not going to allow you to just beat up his greatness now.
Well, I never said that.
You said he wasn't great.
Because I think he's a very, very, very good player.
He's not a great point guard?
I think he's a very, very, very good player. I didn't stutter. I don't think he's great. I think he's very, very, very good. That's what I said. He's not a scrub. He's not overrated. But when I think greatness, now I do not see him that way. Great in moments, close out the game. Robert Horry was too. We never said he was great, 7-time champion. And he closed on many occasions with big-time shots. Chauncey Billups, big-time shots. You can be a big shot maker in a big moment and not necessarily be perceived as being an all-around great player. Greatness involves night in, night out, complete reliability, where you are a face of a franchise and everybody knows it. And you go. But let me say this to you. Okay. Because you brought up the only reason I was going to jump on you about, hold on. The only reason I was going to jump on you when you mentioned Steph and you mentioned LeBron, I wasn't going to jump on you because you're comparing them. I was going to say, wait a minute, they're champions.
Oh, I agree.
They did it right. You know, we can't do that.
All I'm saying, I wouldn't do that. I'll just say that they're not on the stage.
We just can't do it. It doesn't matter, though, because they did it. Their time was their time. They're in their mid-30s. Steph is 37.
I'm not making it about that comment. I'm saying we're talking about it.
I'm saying to you that you're and guess what? They didn't necessarily show up. You know what we did? You remember? They didn't show up. This man has been doing radio for 4 years. Ask him. I promise you, you're not going to forget who this. We might forget the runner-up, but you don't forget who doesn't show up as an individual.
To return this. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Jacobs gets it to start the drive. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. Stopped by one of the league's best tacklers, Roquan Smith. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. Going run again with Jacobs. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball and put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, it came at the perfect time.
And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. It's a 26-yard pickup there. And it'll be 1st down, Packers. Now the Ravens are going to use the first of their timeouts. And after using an early one, 2 left for him to spend. First and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. Handoff running right, Jacobs. And he's able to work this down to the 41. Good rip on first down. That brings up 2nd and 2.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know and you may come back to. Because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive run, you'll really break the backs of the defense.
Flushed out of the pocket. Makes the play and bounds outside. And he gets this down inside the red zone before going out. They manage 22 on the rip and a first down. Running right, here's Jacobs. And he's stopped out at the 16 after a small gain. Only 2 yards, and it brings up 2nd and 8.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
And he runs this one in. Touchdown, Green Bay. The Packers finish up an excellent opening series. It's a Josh Jacobs touchdown. Brandon McManus on for the PAT. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Packers will jump out to a 7-0 lead. On now is McManus to kick this away. Returnable from the 2. And he gave it his best to get to the 25, just a step or two short of it. He's out along the 24-yard line. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Jackson looking to throw right away. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces 3rd down.
Oh, look at those savvy linebackers. They're just right in the middle of everything, aren't they, Kate? And it seems like at times they are the quickest reactions as well. He needed a quick one right there to get a finger on the throw and change its direction.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. First time this game they've looked to him. So that brings up 4th and long. Working across the middle, Brock, it is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and you couldn't do it.
Inside the 30. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot. You're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
Spread the ball around this run. Let's go home.
Back at beginning of the 2nd quarter, Ravens in possession. They'll try to attack this deficit starting with 1st and 10. This is caught by Isaiah Likely. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line.
The goal of running that drag route is to get it to him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. They picked up a good chunk, and there was nearly room to add even more.
Don't worry.
Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. Gonna keep this one and go. He touches him down as he finds enough to pick up the first.
Certainly dropped these quarterback keepers anticipating a whole lot more yardage, but I think it could be overlooked there since they did pick up the first down. If anything, they could see what kept it to a small gain over there on the sidelines, and they'll come back to it on the next set of downs.
Forward. All right, set now. 1st and 10.
Kyrie for sure.
Lamar now from the gun. The shot to the end zone is incomplete.
Well, you got to have a short memory in the NFL. Incompletions happen. Now you got to make the adjustment and go get the next one.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down.
Split in Indy the next 2 games, but I think going into game 3, they're going to be looking to make a statement.
I think that we are going to go back in about 10 days, and we're going to go back to that Denver game 4 when they were down 2-1 and down 8-9 points in the 4th quarter. But OKC was in some trouble in that series, and they won that game, and they bounced back. I think we're going to look at that game as that was their turning point to win a championship, and they have outplayed the Pacers, what I say, 90 out of 96 minutes an hour ago, and they've outplayed them by that amount in these first 2 games. And remember, Indiana's gave everything they got tonight. The other game 3s that they lost, they wrote 2-0. Now they're not, it's 1-1. Be a little different, and Dangle referred to that. But I do think the close game, and they need a close game. Right from the get-go, let's have a close ball game. Every basket, I don't need a 20-point lead in the 3rd quarter. Can we have a close, while I'm snoozing on the couch, waiting for you to come on and damn the post game. Can we have a close ball game tonight? I think no here watching a sports game, that's a lie. No, I do. I watch the Bulls have the white suit on with Scott Van Pelt. I get a kick out of it. Because of all the mistakes that he makes. But the bottom line is, I like OKC tonight to win the game. You're doing post game?
They're all over the place, yeah.
You can't miss him. You don't see him.
Okay, I'm getting her rest so she can be up early and prepared for the show.
I'm talking about if I go to a game waiting for him to finish post game. Like, no.
I do pregame. I do radio on pregame. I do halftime. I do postgame.
I don't need your whole resume.
Okay.
I just want to know.
How the hell do you not know that is my point? But that's a different subject for another day.
Because I don't watch the post game. That's how I go to bed.
You should.
I've seen enough of you all day. You do pregame, you do radio, you do halftime, you do first
I'm not the only one. I'm not by myself. You can watch other people. Scott Van Pelt's great. Nick Kirk's great. SOP is great. Anyway, why you acting like
to go to bed.
and why you acting like it's so tough to make this call? Of course, OKC has the advantage. Okay, let me ask you before you go ahead.
Because I do think I built my credit with my rent payment for free thanks to Zelle. I stumbled on this game-changing credit building app, and I'm totally hooked. I'm actually building credit from my biggest monthly expense, rent. How did I not find this sooner?
Rent is reported to all 3 credit bureaus, making my on-time payments count towards building a strong credit history.
So provides me the tools I need to build my credit.
I can report my rent for free or unlock a credit builder account and start building credit and savings together. It's a win-win.
I kept seeing reviews about it. Self is changing the credit game across the country.
We still haven't given Indiana the respect there. That's all. You know what? Okay, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop with all of this stuff. They're in the finals. We respect them. They beat the Knicks. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks. They beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. We have done nothing but show them respect. I mean, we need to put a bit of an apron on them too. I get tired of them teams. Everybody talking about respect. Wait a minute. The fact of the matter is that we gotta evaluate 2 teams. Oklahoma City has been the best team in basketball all season long. They've been the #1 seed the last 2 years. They got the reigning league MVP Shea Butter, who goes to the finals for the first time. Just like this, Indiana Pacers is outside of Pascal Siakam. And what does he do? He drops 38 points, games 34-0. We see his defense is elite. We saw them force 19 turnovers in the first half of game 1. Okay, we saw it's 9 minutes, not 6 minutes, because obviously the 9 minutes was when Oklahoma City had the 15-point lead, and then they blew it in game 1. But the point is, when you look at Oklahoma City, their defense is elite, and then you get Alex Caruso, and all of a sudden in game 2, he's guarding Pascal Siakam, and Pascal Siakam's shooting 3 of 11 flat out? No. Exactly. That's my point. Well, the point is, they were up 15 in game 1. They were up 23 in game 2. I'm just saying, you look at them right now. Game 2 was an indication of what people were expecting coming into the NBA Finals. Is that going to continue? Most of us believe it is, and that's the problem. So
Do you think that's more likely than us seeing Hallie heroics tonight?
yes. But in the 2 games in Indy, I think they got it. Indiana has to win one of these. They got to get home in 5. Yeah. It's home in 5. If they don't win one of these, I think they have to win.
I think Indiana has to win tonight. I think if OKC loses tonight, they can still win the series. I don't think Indiana's going to win this series unless they stay ahead.
Well, let me say this.
I think they have.
Let me say this. I think in reverse. To me, Indiana has a better chance of going to a 7-game series if they win game 4. Because you win game 4, you go back to OKC for game 5 with momentum. If you lose game 4, all right, and OKC, if OKC were to lose, if OKC was to lose game 3 tonight, but they win game 4 and then they win game 5, chances are they're going to win game 6.
Yesterday, Shams broke the news that the Knicks requested permission to speak with Ime Udoka of the Rockets and Chris Finch of the Timberwolves, but were denied for both parties. The Knicks also had their eyes on Jason Kidd of the Mavericks, who was denied again, as Shams reported, as a firm rejection. The Knicks are currently searching for a replacement for Tom Thibodeau after firing him shortly after losing in the Eastern Conference Finals. Stephen A., is the Knicks head coach search a cause for concern?
It is. And I'm going to tell you why. What the hell are you calling Chris Finch for? I like Chris Finch. He can coach. They've been in the conference finals the last 2 years, but he hasn't coached a team to the NBA finals like Jason Kidd and Ime Udoka have. Why did you do that? So, I mean, to me, he's somewhat of a replica of a Tom Thibodeau, for crying out loud. Why would you lose Tom Thibodeau for that? If you go away from Tom Thibodeau and you go in the direction of a Jason Kidd or Ime Udoka, younger, apparently more relatable, etc., that makes sense. To go the route of Chris Finch, I don't understand that one, even though I think Chris Finch is a very good coach. So that, to me, gave me cause to pause. Jason Kidd, I knew the Dallas Mavericks were not going to grant the New York Knicks permission. And Ime Udoka, the minute Jay Williams mentioned that, I got a text from Houston. Not a chance in hell. They said they couldn't pay us enough. He is not available. He got 2 years left on this deal. He ain't going no damn place. That's what Houston said. But you look at the New York.
As we kick it away here in quarter number 3. He's going to field this at the 2. And he's walloped just as he gets across the 25. What a hit. He's down shy of the 30. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Running down the middle of Henry. And he's able to maneuver this up past the 30. Give him 5 on that carry. Bring it up 2nd and 5.
Fans love the long ball in baseball. It's like they got the home run derby, but you know what? Talk to managers, and they will tell you small ball can win too. Singles and doubles, you add them up, you can win a lot of baseball games. Football coaches will tell you get wins of that.
Someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Andrew Cooper takes it away. And the Packers take over just inside the 40. They're at the opposing 39. Well, Brock, it was an absolute battle in the first half as they played to a tie, heading into the locker rooms. And already we have the first big play of half number 2 with that INT.
Yeah, not just the first big play, but maybe the first separating play here, Kate. There's always a moment in the second half, especially when one of these teams makes the play, right? That one that we're going to circle and look back to as the defining play of the half. We may just have witnessed it right there.
Here we go. Here we go. Ready?
First down throw. Here's Love. Touchdown Green Bay. McManus on for the extra point. Right down the middle. It's good. And the Packers break that tie and now lead by 7. On now is McManus to kick this away. Returnable from the 1. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
That offense, keep pushing the ball downfield.
Trying again, following the sack. Into a ton of traffic, and this one's intercepted. Picked off by Xavier McKinney. And the Packers take over after returning it inside the red zone.
Well, that's now his 2nd time that he's put his defense in a tough spot. That's a hard thing about...
With a new stadium rising just to the west of us, for now we're back for football in the familiar setting of Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park. The kicker Tyler Bass has us ready to start, and off we go from Buffalo.
Listen, despite talks of Giannis potentially being on the move, can you flow with me, please? It appears that the man is happy in Milwaukee. Giannis, participating in an event in Brazil, was asked about the Pacers Thunder series and said he hopes to get back to the NBA Finals soon with the Bucks. All but confirming he's staying put for now. Windy with more context on Giannis yesterday.
Giannis Antetokounmpo has gone overseas to travel with his family. He has made no trade request to the Bucks, made no trade hint to the Bucks. The Bucks are proceeding with their offseason as if Giannis is going to be with them, and there's no significant trade talks right now. The plan is for Giannis Antetokounmpo to be a Buck. Now, he can change all that with a simple request, but that request has not happened, and it's not clear that it's going to happen anytime soon.
Okay, Mad Dog, let's break this one down.
I love it. Good for him. You know what? I hate when the players go bounce around looking for, Durant did it. And
Time out. You're
is that like that's official? Well, no. But you're asking me my opinion. The question
I actually didn't get to ask
would you rather see Giannis stay or leave? And my answer is I'd rather him stay.
I never asked the question.
That's the question. The question isn't is he making a mistake? The question is would you rather see him? And I would rather see him.
Share the question with the audience.
Okay, go ahead. Make sure.
No. Would you rather see Giannis stay or leave?
I'd rather see him stay. I think it's good for the league. I think for that small market, it's perfect. Kareem left. Okay, that was a long time ago. He won his championship. Giannis could leave. He's won his championship too. But I love it. I think that's perfect for the NBA. We don't have to listen to all the Giannis trade chatter in the summer months. I threw something else in. It's not always greener on the other side. Durant got out. How does it work out for him? Also with the Nets, also with Phoenix. So not always when a big star wants to leave does it work out. So from that standpoint, good for Giannis. And he's saying this when he knows whether it's hurt. I love it. Let him stay. Good for the NBA. Having a guy end his career, start and end in the one city is something that sports has missed a lot in the last 10, 15 years. With guys bouncing around wearing 9,000 hats with their Hall of Fame ceremonies. He's a Buck when he got in, and I'd love to see him be a Buck when he's finished.
You think that matters to him?
I think legacy matters to him in a really big way. I think he is a fiercely loyal person. Sometimes that could be to a fault, to a degree. But I would like just to
go against a little bit of Wendy's thinking here for 1 second. I'm curious to get your opinions on this, guys. I mean, historically, free agents of this magnitude have not really moved anywhere until we get to July. So there's a lot of chatter about things happening right before the draft, when historically data points have not proven that to be true. But I'll say this, I've known Giannis. I just don't know him as an athlete. I know him as the entrepreneur, a visionary, and a global thinker, right? I would say the biggest thing for this moment is, can Milwaukee keep up with the pace of who Giannis is becoming out of all those things? Or are they limiting towards that? Now, I'm just not talking as an athlete. I'm talking about as a business overall. Because Giannis does think about himself as a business. Very differently positioned than a KD or LeBron James. So, to your answer, to a degree, I want to see Giannis do what Giannis wants to do. If that's staying in Milwaukee, that's great. I think that's an incredible narrative. If he's leaving, it's going to take the right situation, I think, to trigger him leaving, to go to a situation that he thinks he can build something differently than what he has in Milwaukee.
Are you referring to a bigger market? Because Shaq argued that doesn't matter anymore with social media.
But we kind of debunked that the other day right here with Stephen A. The market does matter. Depending upon what you're trying to accomplish, depending upon what your business is that you're trying to build. Some players may not want to build a business. Some players may just say, me playing basketball is enough, that's all I want to do. Other players may have larger aspirations with what they want to attain, not only for them, but also for their families. I think that factors into something very big.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance.
I mean, he was a little sloppy with his fundamentals, but I think it's as a result of the guy in his face letting that ball kind of sailing, inaccurate throw. That's just really good team defense.
A gain there of 11. Good for a Bills first down.
That's inescapable. He's a good brother. He really, really is. Honest, straightforward, no nonsense. He's all about trying to win in anything that he does. And he ain't about befriending the competition. That's my favorite quality about him. He is not about you. You are against me. We are at war. We be respectful to one another. I'm trying to beat you. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't got to sing kumbaya with you and hang out in the offseason. Nah, you on the other side. That's how he rolls. Doggy, I bring that up because I'll say this to you. Talk about what's not good for the league. Is it good for the league that since the Milwaukee Bucks won the championship in 2021, that they won one playoff series? They've been home the other years in the first round. Is that good for the league? I don't think it's good for the league. I think it's good for the league when you have superstars that play deep into the playoffs. That's what I think is good for the league. And when you don't have that, all bets are off. Especially if you're in the smaller market. Because they can deal with the smaller market and the superstars in the smaller market and they're advancing deep in the playoffs. But when the superstars in the smaller market and you don't get to see the superstar because the superstar is going in the first round, then that's a whammy for you. And so I look at it from that standpoint and I say, okay, if you're Giannis, you delivered the championship to the city of Milwaukee. Yes, he's loyal. They had faith in him. They believed in him very, obviously at a very early age. And that's something that he holds near and dear to him. But then you got to look at the flexibility that the Milwaukee Bucks have. For example, this year they don't have a first round pick. They got the number 47 overall pick, okay? They're strapped, okay? You're talking about the first apron, the second apron, and if they sign Brook Lopez and how that pushes them, pushes their number exorbitantly high and stymies their maneuverability. All of these kind of things that you're thinking about, it's not just about Giannis and the fact that you lost in the first round of the playoffs to the Indiana Pacers, or that you've lost, for the last 5 years, okay? It's not just that. What does the future look like? What kind of position have you put him in to legitimately compete for a championship? The brother just finished averaging 30.4 points, 11.7 rebounds, shot 58% from the field.
Yeah, him and Dame were the highest scoring duo.
Last 4 seasons average.
Stephen A., let me ask you this. Had there not been injuries, how far do you think this team could have gone?
I think that they could have made some noise if Damian Lillard was on his game. Along with Giannis? Oh, yeah, they could have made some noise.
They still have some very big defensive challenges.
He's like, for example, last year, Giannis was injured. This year, it was Dame. This year, when they played a couple of playoff games together, was the first time they played together in the postseason. And then you look at Chris Middleton, they win a championship, but then his health nosedives for a couple of years. That was problematic. Every time you're turning around, they're having these kind of problems, and your flexibility has been stymied. So if you're Giannis, you do have a last 4 years. They last season. That's over the last 4 years. This is who this brother is and what he brings to the table. You do get to a point where you say, wait a minute, my best years. What we got? What we got?
Well, again, I understand that Giannis wants to leave and demand a trade. Since he's won his championships, definitely got LeBron in trouble. LeBron did not win a title in Cleveland when he went to Miami. He came back to Cleveland to win the title. If he had won the title before he went to Miami, I think everybody would that's why he went back. I think everybody would know him going to Miami. Hey, won a championship here at broke the drought. First title since '64. He didn't win one. And then he left. And Giannis has won one. So if Giannis wants to say, you know what, pay with the Spurs, I'll play with Wembanyama, trade me to whomever. And the Knicks, the idea is going to the Knicks. What are the Knicks going to give Milwaukee to make them happy? At least San Antonio's got draft picks. They can trade Castle. They can do some things that Milwaukee can do.
How does San Antonio help in terms of the bigger market? I get who you're playing.
But they can win a championship. They can win a championship and Wembanyama one of the faces. The combination of the two, Wembanyama's one of the faces, plus they can win a championship. That's why they have a championship pedigree. 5 championships of the great Popovich, Tim Duncan on all of those guys. So that doesn't play a role. In New York, the only reason why New York is very confident they can have a chance is because there's this belief that Giannis will tell the Bucks, if he wants to leave, I want to go there. That's the reason. Because if the superstar says, that's where I want to go, then it's going to be very difficult for somebody else to come and grab
I understand that, but I think that maybe Giannis would be somewhat flexible. Hey, Giannis, listen, San Antonio can offer us 4, plus you got Wembanyama and the area Fox. Do you mind? And I think Giannis would agree to it. But back to the original take. I want Giannis to stay put. I think it'd be great for him. What's the matter with being a 20-year buck? The greatest guy.
That's fine. I'm asking you, do you have a problem? Do you not have a problem with him going home in the first round? Year after year.
Again, there are some reasons for that.
I'm not saying I did not say there were not reasons.
And they had a suspension this season.
I did not say that. What I said is, do you have a problem with him going home in the first round?
But they can do a little better than that.
Guys, it's a lot, though. It's who they've had as head coaches. It's what their front office does over there. Orlando's coming. Detroit's coming. Indy's there. New York, there's a lot of other people who are in the arms race of the Eastern Conference. So it's a history of things that have happened in Milwaukee. Also, something else that people need to ask themselves, and I know people might think on paper, no, you keep Giannis. But, one of the people kill Michael Jordan all the time. Michael Jordan ran one of the most profitable franchises in the NBA. Think about that for a second. The most profitable franchises in the NBA with the Charlotte Hornets now. Right? There's a reason why he had exit where he made a lot of money. So when you reset an organization, can we max out value on trade assets and kind of reset the clock too here in Milwaukee is also something that I'm sure your ownership you're thinking about in totality with Wes Edens and Jimmy House.
Very tricky call for the Bucks. Because you probably may not be ready to win another title with Giannis, but if you trade him, nobody's going to pay attention to you, including your own fans, for a long period of time. It's a very tricky situation.
Also, you want to pay into the luxury tax in the second apron to keep competing.
But that's
your arms race.
Yeah, I also think you can do an interview in Brazil and say, I'd like to win another championship with the Bucks, and that doesn't